Hello, the interwebs. This, of course, is Gamer 1745 here, checking to make sure everything is right. It looks like we are live on Twitch for sure. I hope also YouTube and Steam as well. Now, if you're watching this later, we'll put it up all three locations to hopefully have more people find this. All right, well, we're going to be continuing here and from this save. Let's do a little bit of preparation before we start recording an episode. Okay, we have a lot of military police divisions that have not seemed necessary yet. Well, we have these guys. Yeah, it would be good, but just not set up well. Well, you know. Okay. Okay. Let's do this. Okay. All right, and I'm saying that a lot here. We're going to use this opportunity to assign a good leader to them. Or a leader good for them. Might be as correct or whatever saying. I'm babbling at the moment. Do you like YouTubers who battle? Streamers who babble? Okay. Right. Tank destroyer, self-propelled artillery, martyrs, and reconnaissance. So let's come to here. We do have. Those won't be very good. Light infantry might be okay, but not that great. So, well, I'm going to wait for the start of the episode. I think that I'm going to start here momentarily. Waiting for supplies. They don't have a commander. Let's just throw in somebody like that. Okay, well. Hey, Sir Toyjet, how you doing? I hope you're having a nice day. And Eric. Well, hello. Well, I'm doing fine. Glad to hear you're getting better. Or at least feeling better. Okay, well, I think we're going to make a localized attack here. All right. Okay, they're collapsing. The Soviets, that is. Being attacked. Looks like they'll maybe be okay. They're battling off. There, good. Okay, I think I know how I want to start this. Original code, now it's just the bacterial infection left. Oh good, that sounds so much better. Just the bacterial infection left. Yeah. Will this benefit from? Well, it already has. Okay. Boy, this is a sure messed up situation. Right. Welcome to Drang nach Osten. Hope I'm pronouncing that reasonably correctly. This is Gamer 1745 here, and that is the Drive East. We are no longer blitzing, as in like Barbarossa East, but we are going to be trying to drive east. Can we, though? Can we hold the line in places? Can we put some pressure and drive on them? Can we keep the Caucasus from collapsing? We are retreating. We are counterattacking. Do we have a regular unit there? No, we do not. So, yeah. This is a harsh and critical situation. Will we be able to pull it off? Stay tuned and find out, because I don't know yet either. Now, one thing I want to do is thank Yogdog, Sirkan, Chief, the Hoffmanator, and especially Sir Toyjet for support over on Patreon. But everybody else, what I really just ask you to do is, if you haven't already, please subscribe. Hit that subscribe button. Hit the like button. Now you can hit it now. You may not like the episode, but still you can hit the like button. It does help out. You can also maybe tell a friend, Toyjet could tell Ari, or who just popped in, or Eric, or somebody else to watch it. Hello, Eric. Hail Legionnaire, yeah. Tell a friend to watch it, but you could also, I want to keep this series going. It's been interesting. I know I've gotten a lot of good feedback on it, but the last few episodes, the viewership has gone down considerably. So I don't know if it's going to hold people's interests. And it might just be that YouTube is not showing it off to enough people. That very well could be the situation. So to help that out, not only can you guys maybe actually fully watch this episode, but after you get done watching the episode, watch it again. But you can just turn the sound off and minimize the screen so that, you're on watching some other YouTube thing or playing some game or doing some other stuff, but just have it going in the background so that we get credit for more watching. So we're going to continue here. Now, a couple of things we're going to do. First off, I see that we now have much of the Italian army units. Some are here and they're in pretty good shape. Some of these units are pretty good shape. These guys just got done pushing into here. I think we're going to make a bit of a push. And I'm thinking about against this stack here because we can hit it from multiple directions. We've got a lot of different forces. Hello, Lawless. Good morning to you, or evening, I bet you're there. Morning for me, but I'll open 20 tabs of the next episode. Thank you, right, Ari? And so the more people watch, I don't know how YouTube is going to react to one person opening 20 tabs at once of it, but definitely we can give that a shot. Okay, so I'm going to send a mix of German and Italian units here. I'm even gonna specify a couple of these to like push hard on through like that, so that hopefully they may be able to. Oh boy, that ain't good. Okay, I'm going to hit the save button right here. I was assigning some generals earlier, so let's just hit the save. Let's save quickly. Now let's click here. Okay, okay. No, that's fine. Don't know why it just didn't do that. Oh, hello, Omar. How you doing? So let's see. We're gonna have Das Reich be part of this attack, but push in deeper to there. We're going to have the 20. Oh, it's doing this again. Okay, so what I'm going to do here is, what's the difference between combat systems? I spend 80 hours to understand Hoi 3 combat system. In many ways, it's simpler with Hoi 4 than Hoi 3. Let me just, and I'll take this little bit of a, well, no, I'm going to have to, okay, we saved it. I'm going to restart this here. Okay. We're going to quit. Yeah, it's not even giving me that. Quit. Yes. Okay. And I'm going to, don't worry, the screen is black. I know. We're keeping recording. I'll be right back up very fast. And so, there's a couple of elements to both combat systems. With Hearts of Iron 4, planning bonuses are a very big part of the game. And so if you set up and are able to plan your attacks, you'll get much better bonuses on your attacks, where that really is not a thing in Hearts of Iron 3. So you just do sort of what I'm doing here, and you don't have the, you can plan out your attacks and what you want to do, but you're not like giving it planning time, I think would be a good description that you have in Hearts of Iron 4. Okay, you're here. We're loading this back in. Air power is different between them and how they affect the battlefield. So like I'm planning here, I'm going to be attacking from 3 different directions on this one unit, and that will help. Now, part of the way the combat system works is this in here. Now, you have no real control over this in either of the games. This is simple attack and defend, what the tactics are doing. These are your various modifiers, different advantages, attacking penalties across rivers and things like that. Let's see if we can get another example up here. Here, where we're doing a delay attack. The Germans are doing a delay attack, and you can see how and they're doing a diversion. You know, or I guess we're doing a delay defense, and they're doing a diversion attack. And so that all affects the outcome. You don't really have that. Really like the air system because the air hits directly, no need to arm. Yes, that's very true. You can crush a unit directly with air in Hearts of Iron 3. That, I would say, was very, you know, and we're talking a divisional scale or larger units. I would say that was very, very rare in real life in World War II. It did happen. When they were coming across the Meuse here near Sedan, in 1940, the main bridging element, they knew where it was going to come, and basically they tried to get permission. They didn't, but they contacted directly, the Army did, and got all the Luftwaffe air units for the whole basic front along here, you know, the whole front of the attack of Barbarossa, at least of, maybe not all of the units operating over Belgium or up in the Netherlands particularly, but all the units that are operating in sort of this area, to all on the same day. You know, they spent a few hours to just come in, you know, the fighters to control the airspace and maybe strafe the ground, all of the, you know, different bomber types, whether they be level bombers or dive bombers or anything carrying a bomb on it. I don't really think the Germans were using rockets mounted on aircraft at that time. Anybody can correct me if I yeah, I understand about the CAS type system. And they just pounded the French on the far side of that unit. So that would be like taking all of these bombers and attacking this one province, where close air support is sort of, you know, an effect over the whole area in Hearts of Iron 4. So, and that's how most of the time, most of it was. There was another case during post D-Day landings and trying to break out of this area here. And they basically got all of the strategic bombers, or a lot of them that were operating out of England, and they wanted to blast the German front there. And so what they did is they had them take off, swing around like this, I think it was, and then come in parallel to the front and just drop bombs in an area, because they were worried about dropping them too short and having them hit the American side or the Allied side of the line. And they're also a little bit worried about having them hit too deep. Not that they were so much worried, but just wasteful, hitting too deep behind the lines and not being useful. So they just plastered, which would be sort of a concentrated effect. And then, of course, another one was the air attacks on German units trying to escape the Falaise pocket. So those did happen, but those were fairly rare occasions that you could concentrate your air so much at one spot that you can in this game. So they've tried to do the CAS system that was, oh yeah, you have CAS operating in this area at whatever level, and it affects all the combats. Yeah, I like Hearts of Iron 3 the best, but Hearts of Iron 4 is doing very good too, and is getting much, much better. So it's sort of hard to say. And it's hard. Well, I should say I like Hearts of Iron 3 Black Ice best. Okay, so we're gonna have the 20. Okay, we're having. So I was talking earlier. That's right, coming through to here. The 17th going to bash through up into here, and we're also going to have the 24th push to there. And we're going to use von Kleist, I think, also in the attack here to push to there. So what we're hoping is, I say, is that we can have a localized attack here, effectively crush these units, and then overrun any of their retreating elements is what we're hoping for. Now I'm going to move up him to there. These guys are sort of for follow on. Thinking is getting in a little bit better shape. So both games have their, you know, good and bad bits. Or better and worse, or I don't know how best to say it. Okay, they're coming back to there. They're holding there now. Hopefully fine. They need supplies. I really wish I was playing slower than I do when I play for you guys. Okay, no order. Okay, you come up here. We're going to go passively, but area, air intercept to go after the many bombers in that area. Now these guys have no orders. I hope they're getting fuel. So can they make it to here? Yes, air supply to here. So you fly air supply. Started a new Hoi 4 Black Ice, say 2 days ago when I used Stuka's deployed 300 to Belgium. Or attack one city, another attacking sometimes Hoi mechanics going crazy. Yeah. Yeah, I hear you. Those are issues. Okay, we have the Italians. Let's move you to there. Hey, thanks for hosting now, Arno. Might as well move you more forward. I'm doing very well. I hope you're doing good. They're waiting for supplies. That's why they're not. Damn, supplies. We can see here. Okay, supplies are flowing through this path. So let's strategically redeploy these guys to here to hopefully get. Well, we have the paratroopers here that have been assigned to the HQ down there, but we're not sending them back there. So we're going to find another HQ in the area here to put them under. I think up here is where we're having a bit more of a critical front, so let's send them this way. I know I asked this question before, but I was wondering if you gave Vicky 3 any more consideration from when it comes out. No, I've not given it any more consideration. Let me do this because that unit isn't quite going to move so much anymore. Fast anymore, I don't know. Let's see, we'll just give them an infantry battalion to reinforce them. You know, Ari, I think I would probably love playing Vicky 3 for everybody. Now the question is, you know, if I buy it, how many viewers am I going to get on it? How long, you know, it's not worth it to me to buy the game to play 4 episodes and go, hey, this is my look at Vicky 3. Thanks, everyone. Have a good day. It's just not economically viable for me to do that. Let's move you guys into the swamp. You guys up to here. And so I just don't know if enough people are going to want to watch it and watch me play it, or enough of my viewers, because can you look at fuel stocks of the USSR? I hope their fuels are almost out. I'm not going to at this time because it would need me to alt tab out, and I'm not going to do that right now. I have no idea what their fuel stock is. We have obviously taken out their main fuel source currently for us. Now this is, notice it's minus 70% resources as based as military government, so it would be larger presumably for them, their main fuel source down here. But we also have a bunch of other pluses and minuses here. But they still have Grozny and my cup over here, and they very well may have a very, very large oil reserve still. So I don't know how their fuel is doing versus their oil. I presume they have a lot of oil still in reserves that can be being converted into fuel, because my fuel is a problem, my oil is not. Something of a mess. I mean, thinking short term, seeing it would be a new game is sure to have some good viewership. Hello. No, thank you. Okay. Hey, Arno. Yep, 2 in a row. 2 bots in a row found me. Good job, Arno. Yeah, I've gotten really, really lucky somehow with my Japan starting episode for Railway Empire. But I can go and see other people that like just do a lot of Railway Empire, and they get 30,000 views on their videos, and mine get 50 views. Airy. And are the other people any better at presenting the game? I don't think so, but maybe I'm just not seeing it because I'm too close to thinking I'm doing all right. But what I think it is just YouTube isn't recommending it to people. And I hear what you're saying, and it's just, there's a lot of weird, algorithmic magic that goes on with YouTube that we have no control over. So look, here's another example. And I know taking away from this, and I love for the talking with you guys in live chat, but taking away from the episode here. Warhammer 40K Battle Sector. I love that game. And a few of you, like Fritz, was like, yeah, gamers playing this, right now, great. And they really loved it. And it is a super popular game. It is huge number. They've had huge sales success, I know, from Slytherin on that game. I mean, they're just so pleased over it. Trust me, I know that. And some of those videos are getting really high videos. It died on my channel. Now, of course, my channel is historically based more than science fiction. I get that. I didn't think I was going to have, super great numbers on it, but it just died on my channel. So, Road Manor, how you doing, Road Manor? Will you play Age of Empires 4? Well, I don't think I have that game. I think it was a very early Age of Empires stuff long ago. Okay, you guys fall back. You guys have to fall back now before you get overrun. So part of this is supply problems is what we're facing out here. It's out late October. Okay. Yeah, as you can quite tell, I have not been keeping track of what version of Age of Empires is. Okay, so 3 is what is out now. Again, it's that problem, and in a way, it's a tiny minnow in a big ocean of people that will be playing the game that it comes out. And I would love to break into some other games. It comes down to viewership. And so I'm trying things. I'm working on stuff. So I know this weekend I was going to get something done, but other things have been coming up. All right. So we have this attack planned here. I know we haven't yet to run the clock yet. And we are pushing here, pushing there. They're retreating back. They're coming to here. As soon as they get to here. Okay, you guys just flat out retreat. No, don't keep moving. Don't keep fighting. Just get out and try to get organized as you fall back onto at least one well-organized unit. It's another well-organized unit, and so is that, which will get the front line held. They should hold there. And so the other big thing we are waiting for with this is, I think it will be, what is it? Is it September or October is the Sea Lion landings, and we'll see if this can deal with the Americans, and then what it'll free up after that to see how we go forward. Okay. Now I know it says we have a lot of extra ICs, but we're going to let it sit here and see how that goes. Yeah. Yes, you're right. Torch landings. Ah, you're right. You're right. Torch is North Africa. Sea Lion is the invasion of England. Okay, so let's get this started. Okay, now, how are we doing? I'm most concerned right now because we have, of course, okay, it looks like we are hitting a unit with one regular infantry division, garrison unit, and a bunch of these proletariats. So we should probably be able to win here, which is good. Okay, we've won that defensive battle there. They've started another one, it looks like. We've won here. We've won up here. Now, we've lost here, but he's gonna hopefully fall back on friendlies. And they're pushing again here. They're just gonna keep pushing us. I don't know if we should counterattack or not. Maybe we should next chance. Oh, we just lost somebody shattered. Okay. Okay, so what we're going to do here is, I think now that we have no orders, a lot of these guys are in pretty bad shape. We're actually going to go on the offensive. We're going to leave them on the defensive. What Italian lone unit here? Oh, no, that was somebody up. Oh, that was... They were under the Norwegian command, but I think that may have been something around here. Okay, so we're going to move you up to here to maybe send you back to Norway. Hello, I think Korean guy. How you doing? I don't read. I think that's Korean. Either that or Japanese, but I think Korean. Don't read it. Sorry, but hello. How you doing? Welcome here. Okay, so let's give this a little more time to make sure we're producing enough reinforcements. And we've won out here, good. They keep pushing on us, we keep doing it. Yeah, Korean, good. Glad I recognized it. Don't get many viewers from Korea. They're pushing on these guys. We can fall back, I think. Wish I had more. I really like interacting with different parts. Might be Japanese. Yeah, but it looked Korean to me. Hello, Fillmore. Will it be other countries like Britain, USA, USSR? Not exactly sure. Will I play other countries? Well, I have in the past. I played as Japan, as Britain, and as Italy, done series. Two countries, major countries I haven't played as are USSR and USA yet. But I don't know when I'll get to those. Okay, they're pushing hard here. But I think we'll hold. Yeah, we've won here again. They're attacking us. I just sort of hope mostly... Okay, they're falling back, but we're in good shape. I don't know why they're falling back. Okay, we've won here. So we're going to see if our overrun will work. Okay, now that we've won there, we've got these guys here. So we're starting to turn this around, guys. We're starting to turn this around. I know I'm repeating myself, but we're starting to turn this around. You're moving into there. We're going to keep you moving into there. You're going to attack there. Thinking is going to attack here. But since it's a nice motorized unit, they're going to push on into there if they can. And yes, the cavalry will also see about doing that. These guys will push to there. Now, we're also going to come here for this armor unit. We're going to push around like that as well. Just looking to see what else is here. Ooh, we can keep these guys going. They're fast. That way. And since we're getting pushed here, what we're going to do here is we'll leave these guys where they are, but these guys will support the attack. These guys will join the attack, and these guys will support the attack. So we're going to counterattack here. Fake filler is not possible because you must spend 80 hours in Black Ice to finish the series. Oh yeah, well, yeah, it's my schedule for playing. What I wanted to do in the games was play Germany and then play another country and then back to playing Germany and then play another country and then back to Germany. Well, this particular playthrough has gone on a lot longer than I intended. For one thing, my next planned series will either be a single player or multiplayer game of Hoi 3 that is with Third Reich events once I get that organized up properly. So we're going to be back at Germany. What I want to do is see. Okay, these guys are out of Organization 6. They're out of supplies now. Good. Okay, they're counterattacking into here. So what we need to do, they're pushing here, which is going to slow us up a bit, and we're pushing there. So we need to push. Let's see, who do we have here? Okay. We just need to sort of hit here and here like that. They're pushing pretty hard here. Unfortunately, our forces coming to help them out are being attacked by this tank brigade, but we're coming into there. The war is meant to be over by Christmas. Absolutely. 8 hours more. Yeah. Road Manor is right. Chinese survival against Japanese hordes, maybe finish against the Soviets. Finish the Soviets off. Yes. I get the joke there. Okay, they're attacking. Okay, he's reasonably good. Now he has a full cavalry regiment, so he won't shatter as easy as some of the other units that I keep, command units I keep throwing into the front line. So he hopefully will do okay. Yes, you keep attacking and they keep finding out that we're well enough defended. These guys are coming in to relieve here. These guys are staving off there, and they're going to eventually come and reinforce that. Hope those guys get both organized and reinforced back up. Okay, well now we have what we more or less expect to have on reinforcements. Right, another thing I wanted to do. We have currently way down here 4 units that are made up of converted other vehicles, martyrs, and artillery, some of them. Self-propelled artillery is sort of called martyrs here, because they're martyr Abteilung. But self-propelled artillery and tank self-propelled anti-tank guns, basically. We've got 4 of them. So what I want to do now is, and yes, I could have prepared. Oh, I don't want to. Well, we could save it. Yes, it's always a good thing to save. That's not what I was thinking of when I started clicking it there. What I want to do here is come and we're going to build some units to complement them. Divisions. All right. We have seen the folly of using these battalions as main units here. They'll shatter way too easy, even though there are 4,000 men strong in that case. So we're going to come here. Motorized infantry, 6,000. We're going to make sure we have an HQ. And see the cost of German trucks versus civilian transport. We're just going to go with German trucks at 7 ICs. Okay, so we have 7 max brigades. We have 3 in each there already. We've got reconnaissance. I'm thinking engineers, or do we do a... Okay, that's... Maybe I get this right. No, I was looking at the wrong thing. Okay, yeah, we'll still do this. Okay, so motorized engineers, 2.5 ICs, and motorized support, 6 ICs. Ooh, a lot more. So we're just going to do the engineers. Motorized engineers, not armored. There we go. So we're going to make 4 of these to add to those units. Yeah, I know I couldn't hit the make 4, but okay. Now, getting things fairly well into production, and all these will be useful. So we're going to move all of these units to the bottom, so that once we get 12 ICs, once we get through some of these, they'll get into production fairly quickly. Yeah, oh, some of the pictures for some of the units like infantries, that doesn't really match the date and time. I like the graphics, but yeah, don't take that too seriously. And it's not tied very well because we do not have, I do not believe we have, well, we're researching assault rifles right now, which is what that obviously is. Maybe some heavy anti-tank guns for whatever those tanks hordes move up. Engineers scale really well into later years relative. Yeah, engineers are very good. Is that cruiser set in from the start of the game? No, it's one I did put there some time ago and I've been delaying it. I updated the portfolio with rolling. Oh, good, Eric. Eric is becoming more and more talented 3D artist. We already have tank destroyers, so I don't want to, double up on that for the heavies. I would rather just add heavies to a unit that doesn't have tank destroyers. So we're sort of matching those builds to this. So we have self-propelled artillery. So we're trying to make this reasonably fast, but reasonably strong. So we're getting those into production. Yeah, we're being ground attacked. You guys, do we have any fighters here that can come up and operate? Okay, air intercepting. Let's just do this again, this area. That would be useful if you actually got there and intercepted those bombers. Make sure you're again intercepted that. Okay, so we are pushing on them for this overrun here. Okay, we've won up here as well. So let's push in reinforcements. They're pushing on us fairly hard up here, so let's move in reinforcements that way. Supplies are becoming an issue. Hopefully we can stave off total defeat. Supplies waiting. Well, see if you can supply into there. No air supply. Oh, well, maybe I need to. Oh, let's do this. Supply aggressive supply. Yeah, now they're flying. Okay, good. Well, I want that. Oh, your job is to make sure these areas get supply. Okay, we've won here, so they're going to push into there. Good. Okay, how is our offensive doing here against them? Okay, that is probably too good of a thing, so we're going to go on the defensive back there before we shatter ourselves. They're going to come in and hopefully shatter themselves on us. You know, have the developers of the mod done something for the AI? For this mod? Oh yes, absolutely. They've done a lot of work on the AI. I'm trying to think, want to be clear in my statement. None of it, though, is the combat AI. To the best of my knowledge, the combat, combat assignments by the AI are not open to modding. They're sort of locked, and there's technical reasons, not just BS reasons. There's technical reasons why you can't get in and mod it, really. But DSafe has been doing a lot to improve things like production AIs, what was happening, which was slowing up the game later. And well, the game slows up as you go along because more and more units are created. One of the things, once nations started running out, like the US, of manpower, they would switch over to building ships. And then they just had so many ships just sitting around, it was clogging the system, and sort of unnecessarily too many ships. So they've done some of that, some work to adjust some of the productions, and they're doing what they can, and they're really working on it, but probably not as good or whatever you would hope. I think you've lost the war in the East. The Soviets have too many units, maybe. Okay, and I'll say this, and somebody asks, well, where's my heavy tanks? And I want to say this up front. This whole playthrough was purely for me to look at primarily the leading up to the war, and for me to examine the changes made by the Black Ice team to then see what I want to do for Third Reich events. Not really even to start the war, and even into the early war. And there's a lot of things that, and in my sort of other testing playthrough with Third Reich events, I'm doing things differently, and I am not prepared for this. This is Germany or Gamer just not being prepared to fight the Soviets. So yeah, things aren't going well, and right now people are wanting to see the challenge of, can I see what's going on? Maybe developers can use Google Self-Learn AI. Not the modders, no. And the Paradox people have talked about that in regards many years ago now, in regards to Hearts of Iron 4, and it's just not something that is practical I'm not saying it isn't possible, but something that is not practical on a individual PC, as far as their knowledge, their understanding is concerned. So, yeah, neural network. Yeah, none of that is really available to us currently. I know what you're talking about. Okay. They're being bombed. So let's get you moving out here. You can push to there. You can push to there. I mean, it would be nice, but then again, of course, you would be helping. Oh boy, why am I? You guys who know me know I blank on these things. Teledyne set up the Terminator net, whatever. I'm there. Yeah, they talked about it because people will bring up, well, why don't you do this stuff? And to my understanding, again, and it is, and some of it goes back to way many years ago, and so I'm sure I'm out of date on a lot of it. Is a lot of that type of AI operations are done on supercomputers, which in a way are just a bunch of PCs, in a way, not exactly, but a bunch of PCs networked together with an operating system that utilizes multiple computers to do the processing in conjunction with each other, and they're networked together in such a way that it is, they're very, very fast connection. What is it, a 100 megabyte, not 100 megabit, but 100 megabyte or whatever connection networks and whatnot. And then, yes, then you can have a Google-like learning AI setup that would be able to do what you're talking about, and maybe very well. Okay, what we're going to do is we're going to do another push right here. We're going to push here. Okay, you guys come up. You guys come up. You're not in that good a shape. You come to here and swing to there. You also come and swing, and you come just to there, and you're going to hold back from the counter possible or likely counterattack. You're going to start moving up to there. If I can take this spot, maybe we can cut this unit off here. Now, my request way back then, and I said things, well, like, apparently, I'm sure they didn't take this well, but apparently Paradox is unable to do a good thinking AI at the scale of either Hearts of Iron 3 or Hearts of Iron 4. I mean, they may be making the best one in the world because, no one else is doing a better job, maybe, but they're not able to make a good one. Well, no, we want to do this, blah blah blah. We don't want to. And I was saying, well, can you script an AI? Well, we could, but we want this dynamic AI that we're building, and they've never been able to do a good dynamic AI. They can do a good dynamic AI that moves big doom stacks around, it seems, on, Hoy, not Hoy, you guys just don't have any supplies. What, sort of like Stalingrad, not having any supplies? Supplies waiting. Okay, can you get to here? Nope, you're too far away. Where can you get to? To there. Okay, you can get to there. Air supply aggressive. Yeah, supplies Stalingrad. But so we'll have to see whether they can accept their limitations, as it were, and do scripting someday. Because I know some games with fewer units but are able to script things fairly well. was able to keep Warsaw until 43, so Ahoy is a bit slow. Yeah. Well, I think in watching, and I don't know about you, Ari, but well, I guess maybe more listening to Toyjet playing Hoi 4 yesterday and sort of what was going on, there's a lot of things that or people seem to like. You support this attack. People seem to like that Hoi 4 is broken and you can do crazy shit in it. That may or may not be the actual case, but it seems that way. Where that's not the game I want to play. Oh, we just lost the corporal, whatever. Okay, Pier probably, yes. Well, we had hope they were probably involved in the attack here, and they shattered a dam. Okay, still a little too much. Looks like good defense. Looks like we'll win there too. Looks like we're gonna hold up here. They keep pounding on us. Okay, so we're here, and we're here, and they're here. We got these units coming to there. Good. So what we're gonna do is have a No, I'm changing my mind. We're going to see if we can overrun some of these units that we just pushed back. Okay, they're almost there, so we're going to have you guys come in to keep us from being cut off. Now I know I couldn't do a better combat AI than what, I just don't have anywhere near skills that Paradox is doing. So it's not saying that they suck and somebody else is doing better. It's more of, hey, it sucks, but do something better than what you're currently doing. Let's move you up to here. Maybe we'll get you in command range for both units. Do you have railway artillery, the ones from the events? Yes, we do. Like there's one gun right there. They're not really useful for what we're doing currently. Because if you notice here, they have a little bit of soft attack, no hard attack, no piercing, no armor. What they do is multiply for fort attack and fort defense. Terrible for amphibious, don't ever even think of it. And they do multiply for urban attack. But what they also are is extremely slow. They're meant to not, you can move, let's stop this. Let's do it here. You can move this air, but it's, 0.3 of a kilometer hour. So anything you put, and especially if it's retreating, if it has to retreat, it's super slow. And so just about anything it's attached with will be overrun. So the only places that these are useful is once you, say, get to an outskirts, and they might technically be useful attacking some of these cities. But really, that we do have in here, some of these urban and fortified environments, Smolensk to say, or here, they might be useful here, might be. But really only once you get a city surrounded, you then move by strategic redeployment, move these up to the front, attach them. You have to actually, swap out another unit. And often it would be good to get rid of the transport unit at that point. So, just pick up, get a more regular regular division, get rid of the transport unit, swap that in and out, and then add that to the unit for the assault on the city. And that's the only time those things are really of any useful lawlessness. Lawless. Hello, John Beth. I'm doing very well, and hope you are. How far are you into heavy tank unit builds? 0. I have not even started heavy tank unit builds. What would we need heavy tanks for? It's not like we're going to attack the Soviet Union. Okay, so we've made it in here, and now they are pushing on us. Just doing the break upgrade events, units such as the 7th Panzer Division. No, it doesn't. I know what you're talking about here. These guys here. What these do, these look for particular battalions on the map and we'll remove them. So if you split up, our brigades, I should say, even though they're not, what they do, so they look for these named units. What breaks these events is if you rename these brigades, not if you rename the division, not if you split the division up. Is they look for these units, are they not in combat, and then if it's the right time, they'll do this. Now, what I don't want is some of these divisions are like sitting over here somewhere, like maybe here, or I don't know, but somewhere, and some of these units are in odd places, and I don't want them back because they'll reappear back in Moscow. So I have not upgraded some of the units that I could have. Whether that's a good idea or not, I'm not sure, but I've not upgraded everything I need. So you're very welcome. Yeah, so you can break up the units. Just it just renamed the individual brigades is what. Now this is left over because for some reason this didn't get removed when the original division got upgraded to, I think is it right here currently? No, it's right here. When this got upgraded and then was upgraded to half tracks, we still have the trucks left over. Didn't get removed properly, but it doesn't necessarily check for every unit in the thing. The check may be just for not in combat, may just be a few of the units. Okay, you're getting in there to do that, and okay, well, everyone attack. Considering only additional effects, do the French and German railway guns have the same values? We can see here this is a 80 centimeter Schwer Gustav Dora Cannon, which I think here, so fort attack 350 and fort defense 115. Where here is 128 millimeter, and so this has 260 and 70 for those same values. So even these guns are not the same. These are the big 180 millimeter super guns. So I don't know what which French guns and what they are. So even within these, they're not the same. So they're trying to be historical. Quite honestly, these things are wild-ass guesses, but we're also wild-ass guessing on how effective fortified defenses are. So, but they're trying. Hello, David. How you doing? So they're really cool. And I will say this. What I have done with Third Reich events is it's becoming a bit more of gamers remix of Black Ice. It's approximate. I have made fort defense for the fort effects, how effective the forts, which affects both the pillbox and the fortress, because it's the same, it's just levels of defense here. But these things, they about doubled, and I forget the exact numbers, they about doubled the effectiveness of forts for Black Ice. I've moved it back to about halfway between what it was in regular, vanilla Hearts of Iron 3 and Black Ice. So it's no longer double. It's just about halfway in between what they do and what it is in vanilla. So I've made it easier to take the forts. The forts aren't as hard to take. I haven't lowered the you know, we don't see the exact levels there, but we can see, you know, click over here. I haven't lowered the fortification levels. Oh, click the wrong spot. I haven't lowered these fortification levels. I just changed how effective forts are on the map. So, you know, this isn't changed. So the relative effectiveness of the different forts are the same. It just, I made forts a little less important in Black Ice, a little less. Because I just think they're just too big of a thing. At least that's my estimation of it, because no order, but very little fuel. Let's see if we can get you up here at all. Air intercept, aggressive, maybe. Okay, we've won there. Which meaning here. Winning out here, good. They're attacking with a little bit of force. We're now attacking our command HQs, which is not good because we don't have enough depth of defense in units. I was hoping to get some of these damn units past this little attack here. What is hungry one? Yes, you can have all the metal you want, you can have all the rare materials, you can even have all the fuel you want. Okay, you guys have pushed up, so let's go there. That's good. I think we're getting a little bit of fuel coming in, or a little bit of supplies coming in to help that battle, hopefully. So we're limited offensive here. Okay. Okay, let's see. Who do we have that's not attacking? You're not attacking there, so you're going to attack down here. And you're going to attack down here. And you're going to support the attack down here. Okay, so we've now occupied this. They're pushing in there against units that there's nobody on the front of. So they're going to collapse. Okay, so they're pushing there. We're going to support that attack. Good. Yes. We're finally clearing out that pocket. Which is nice. This limited offensive is going fairly well, actually. Let's support that attack just so we're hitting that province from more than one direction. Oh, we've won here. Oh, great. Oh, great. Let's get this out of the way. They may counterattack way too fast. Yeah, we're being bombed. I know we're being bombed. Okay, let's get the Croatian unit moving as well. And get that moving as well. Okay, we're still holding them out here. Good. But they're marching that way. These guys are... What? Oh, no, the other ones have already made it here. Good. We're defending now. You're just... getting ready. Okay, well... How's this attack going? I know it's just saying... So good to do. Okay, do I have any bombers in the area? Probably not, because it's partially just I haven't been moving up enough stuff, but it's also partially just don't have enough airfields and or supplies. It's like there are no supplies. Part of the reason I have these guys down here because they have supplies. Can they get up to here by any chance? Nope. Okay. I'm just looking for bombers, I should say, that are near enough to attack there. So I'm not going to to see if I'll have just any not operating. I don't want to fly stuff in. Okay, there we go. And they hit here. Nope, too far back. Okay, let's look at supply again. Well, we'll move on to there, I guess. That might be close enough. Okay, they need to stop operating. These guys, though, let's put you up here. Get you out to this sort of area. Naval strike aggressive. There we go, naval strike aggressive. It may be rude, but can you tell me when I can see the new version of T? It is not rude. I don't want to do a time commitment because I would have said 2 months ago when I said so. I just some family matters that nothing bad, but just things I had to handle and deal with last like 3 weeks have really distracted me for 3 weeks that I haven't worked on it at all. Not that I haven't had time, but when I get into the modding frame of mind, I just sort of dig in and start working on it. And I just don't want to work on it for like an hour and then have to go do other things. And so I'm hoping this next week I will start working on it again. Not that it's going to be done then, but we're getting closer and closer to getting it done. So I don't know when we'll get TRE done, but I'm hoping this coming week I will get closer to actually working on it. Thank you, Arno. It really does help if you give the live stream an upvote if you're on YouTube. And if you're on YouTube, you can, if you want to, check out the Twitch channel. Just if that's better for you, I don't know. But I see the chat from both locations, so don't worry about it in that way. Just whichever is best for you. And if there's anybody happens to be watching over on Steam, you can check out my Twitch or YouTube channels. Both look for gamer_1745. Okay, go back to this view here. Let's move these out of the way. I hate the way it pops up right in the center. Okay, so they're now defending with nothing. But we do have looks like the Hungarians coming up behind us. So we won here, so we're going to overrun whatever's there probably. Okay, now here, this attack here. Okay, we're just going to stop this because this is not going well and they're fortified. I was just hoping to get up before they could really do anything about it, but no. Now down here though, okay, they're pressing here, so we have moved them up to there and stalled. They're coming to there. So now we're going to go back to sort of the original counterattack plan. These guys are being hit by, look at all of that. Mostly light, but one heavy tank brigade, three medium tank brigades. Freiherr von Funk is getting ground up pretty fast fighting that. Okay, so what we're going to do here is we're going to leave the light infantry with the special purpose or amphibious armor there. Because holding along the river, but we're going to move. No, we're going to leave you there. Should we undug you? Yeah, I know. But we're going to move the proper armored division over to help out there. Hopefully that will hold the line. Major defeat somewhere. Okay, so looks like we are winning here. We're going to push into the Soviets need to, the Russians need to buy some vowels. Bryansk? I don't know. Okay, they're attacking there, and or was this a loss? No, we've won here. Oh, maybe we didn't. Oh, we didn't win here. Oh, that sucks. Damn. Oh, that was the major loss. Oh, hell. Okay, I misread that. We lost here. The attack into the city. It wasn't fortified. Maybe just didn't put enough troops into it. We don't have enough fighters to come and clear this area. We're pushing into there. Let's move you this way. Let's move you out this way. It would be helpful if you would explain on YouTube clip how to make another country my ally country. I still don't know about that. Well, I can. Well, let's do a quick save here now. Actually, you know, I think we're going to end the episode, not the live stream, but we will we'll continue the live stream here. But I want to thank all of you who've been watching so much. Glad you made it this far. See you next time for more Hearts of Iron. Okay, well, really quickly, I can explain some of it here. Right now, what I want to do is I want to have Vichy France to be my ally. So diplomatically come to Vichy France, and what you need to do is influence Vichy France. Well, currently it's being influenced by a another member of my faction is by Italy. So let's find so you can't also influence the nation. So let's find let's see, Venezuela. That's a good example here. Venezuela. Let's say we want to make it our ally. What we do is we come to here and we hit influence the nation. We have plenty of diplomats, so we are going to influence the nation. Yes, that is one of the elements to make, and I may make a small tutorial as well, because that's a good idea for a tutorial. That is the main way to try to get somebody into your faction. Also, which helps, is every trade you have, doesn't matter how big, but every trade you have with a nation, it makes it come more closely to you. So this is why a lot of people like to do a lot of small trades with a nation as opposed to one big trade. So if we were like maybe oil or something from here, if we were trying to buy it, we would, do 3 trades for 1 oil each as opposed to 1 trade for 3 oils. So trading with them, and of course if they're buying something from you, that helps, but obviously you can't convince them to do that. So you want to just influence the nation. Now what you can do is with intelligence, you can come to Venezuela, all the way down here. Come to Venezuela here, and you can try to support our party. So our party is Movimento Nacional Socialista, whatever that is. I mean, that's not a real party. I do not believe. But if you start doing that, you can get. If that party, the more influence your party has, Nazis in this case, in that country, and especially if they're in power, they're more likely to come to your faction. So you can do that. You can try to do a covert operation of attempting a coup. So you have to send in spies to get covert operation points, get enough of them. Current points 0, but get enough of them, you can attempt a coup. Cost 20 points, and you attempt a coup to put your party in power. So it's good to have, more support for your party once they're in power. So that is another way to help. But the big thing is just diplomatically. So I hope that helps some. How long am I following you? I don't know. Are you following me right now? I thought I'm alone in a room. I don't know how to check easily how long you've been following me. Thinking you've been following me long enough and go follow somebody else? I'm no longer interesting to follow? Probably not. Okay, we'll move you up to there because these guys are just going to they're just hitting units that are there. He wants a raise. Well, he knows I'm broke and I don't have money to pay him. He's worth a lot of money, but I don't have money to pay him. Call Turkey to your side. Okay, well, Turkey is coded to not join either faction. So right now it's being influenced by the Soviet Union. We can see it right here. But it'll start influencing itself if it gets too close to one of the corners. Okay, if it goes too close to any of these corners, it'll start going to itself. It's coded to do that. Another nation is coded to do it, which no longer currently exists here, is Switzerland. That's why I invaded Switzerland. So, yeah, Turkey will not join any factions, even though it did join the Allies at the very end, mostly just diplomatically so that it was allied, and so the Soviet Union wouldn't accidentally on purpose invade them and decide to make them a part of the Soviet Union anyways. So yeah, but it's coded, like I say, it's coded to influence itself away from one nation or another. No orders, you don't have any supplies, that's why your orders have stopped. Okay, well, okay, you're here now. We want to attack here. Let's see, ground attack, yes. One there, one there, one there. Okay, we're going to have another little quickie battle there. That unit retreats into there. Okay. Okay, well, we've won this action here now. Okay, this is where our mini offensive is going on here. Support that attack. This is mostly just a spoiling attack. That's defending. Okay, well, how are we doing up here for organization? Okay, they're not very good. These guys are in good shape. So what we want to do here is, let's see if we can bust out of our current. Well, let's send you slightly deeper to overrun. Yeah, let's push into there. You can come up to there. Okay, they're being attacked there. Okay, these guys are no longer being attacked because, I mean, they had been, but they stopped because that attack started. So what we're going to do here is trying to hit here. Oh no, you're still waiting for supplies. Yeah, that is a problem. Oh, forgot to start the next episode when I started playing again. Okay, you're taking too many casualties, you're out of manpower. start conscripting some of your spies into the army. Yeah, that would be useful. I don't need all those spies, you're right. We're doing a lot of different espionage stuff going on, I think, still. So we'll convert them to being officers. All right. Okay, let's start it. I forgot to start the episode. Let's start one now. Welcome back, fellow armchair generals. This is Gamer1745 with my continuing playthrough of Drang nach Osten, as we're calling it now, the drive east. Can we hold in the Caucasus? Can we hold in Ukraine? Can we push, which we're currently trying to push in, is that Belarus or just Central Russia here? I guess Central Russia. Can we do that? Will we be able to defeat Torch when it happens? We will, well, stick around to find out, because I'm not sure. What I really want to do, though, is thank Sir Toyjet, Yogdog, Sirkan, Chief, and the Hoffmanator for your support over on Patreon. It is so much appreciated. You guys have done that for me, either now or in the recent past. It doesn't matter. I want to thank you. To everybody else, hit that like button. If you haven't already, of course, subscribe to the channel. Many of you haven't, I know. And you know, if you really want to see this going, see if we can pull out from this disastrous invasion of the Soviet Union, we need to have more viewers. They've sort of fallen off. And partially it's YouTube, I don't think, is showing it off to enough potential, likely, however you want to say it, viewers. So if you could, after watching the episode fully, don't know if you should do multiple at the same time, but just open it, watch it again, but put it on a open new window, watch it, turn the audio off, and minimize the screen later on for the episodes, and so that the episodes get more watch time, more people watching it, and that will recommend it in the algorithm. So if you want to do that, that would be fine with me. So please think about that. Now let's take a quick look and see how the Japanese, or the Japanese fronts or whatever, doing here in Burma. Okay, it seems to be just a general mess going on. Neither side is really pushing either victoriously or otherwise. Down here, the Japanese are saving themselves from being cut off, it looks like, down here, and have not put much effort into Sumatra. I know they've earlier lost in Java. They're starting to clean up more and more Borneo. Still sort of malaise in the Philippines. And have, which we noted before, there's a major naval battle going on, it looks like now here. Wish we could see it better, but they've lost some of these islands out here. No other major advances going on for them, so it's sort of stalemate here for them. All right, just wanted to get that up there. Yeah, they're falling back. See, I don't like it because the Italians were, I guess, in charge of this, and so they're falling back units that are even in good shape, but maybe just lack of supplies. So we're going to lose Kursk, it looks like. I really don't know if having all those various nations units there are a help or a hindrance. I don't know if they're just eating up too much of the supplies, keeping us from being able to resupply my own forces, or if they're helping us more along the front. I quite honestly do not know. I sort of think they're not helping us, but like I say, I don't know. Okay, we're going to stop attacking because that was meant to be an overrun, but it's not going to happen. Right, okay. Oh, we sunk some submarines on the Baltic. Very nice. They're attacking here. Right. And they're attacking us out here. So far, the Persian front is doing fairly well. And, you know, the Persian front is actually doing very well because we're holding the line in Persia here, but we're also distracting lots of Soviet forces that could be somewhere else. So that, as well as, which if we look at the totality of all of these units here, so I think these guys will hold out until the reinforcements get there. Okay, yeah, look, they stopped attacking there, so these guys I think will support that attack. And now these guys have gotten some more reinforcements. Good, some Croatian units have come in there. You support that attack. And support that attack. Oh, we've lost it. Infantry Division Chapter. I really wish these guys had just quit attacking before they shattered, so we'd have to send them up there. Okay, well, stop that from happening. We'll stop that attack. Okay, let's make some minor adjustments here. Now we have 2 new long-range submarines, so what I'm going to do is going to come over here and deploy these guys to Fiume. Okay, we'll leave donuts, and now we'll change that up in just a moment. I don't want to lose donuts in a operational, so I mean, he's great commander, but I'd rather just not lose him in a command in a action. I'm going to send these guys down to here, rebase. Or is the supply down to there? Okay, supply's fine, good. These guys have no order. Well, we should order. Okay, let's take a look at, have not been doing a good job with naval stuff, I know that. Let's see about convoy rating here passively. Let's see if we can get any units to be sunk with that. Okay, well, there's some decent operations. We can operate out of the Spanish bases, is why I was checking. There. When Hungary dip Turkey into Greece. Okay. In Hungary dip Turkey into Greece. Yes, I get that. That is clever. Okay, this is one of these funky things that if I do this to it, it might get it back to being, well, no, we need to maybe fully get this out. Get that HQ out, because that way we're no longer currently reinforcing. Let's just have the clock run a little bit here. Okay, why are you currently reinforcing? I don't know. Oh, we've won here. We've won here. Oh, wow, we've won here. Okay. Well, good. Cancel current order. You stop reinforcing, you're just fine. You're almost to full strength. Well, our operation to overrun some of these units apparently has failed to overrun them. And we now are facing this huge stack of armor. We're coming, you can see here, that is, well, not all armor, but too heavy. So, let's stop all attacking. And here, we might win this here, but we're not going to overrun any units. They've all stopped advance, or all made it there. So I don't know how they all made it to here, so we're not going to overrun them. We can keep pushing them, but no overruns. That's what I was hoping for. So no, we did not overrun any units. Oh, well, I don't know if I should have done that one. We'll let that one continue. That one needs to stop, and that one needs to stop, because we're not going to get that one either. Okay, so our little limited offensive. Oh, who's you stop? Okay, has ended. Well, we pushed them back. We pushed them back 3 provinces, but we didn't destroy any units. Okay, you're going to stop this. That's now way reinforced as well. So that has stopped their counterattacking there, which is what the AI always does, because it presumes when you stop, you're no longer effective. Now, what I also, let's see, where is these guys? We're going to adjust their ground attack to there. Hey, Beam Slam, how you doing? Make sure we're getting enough resources. Oh, we could do some more research. Let's see. Okay, we could do radar for capital ships. That would help out a bit. See if there's something good for submarines we should do now. Torpedo auto-loading system. And power cost down, sea attack. Yeah, we can do that. Very good to hear. Very good to hear you're doing all right. Okay, see, he's being, well, oh, that was mostly, I think, from attack that he was getting. Badly mauled. Okay, how are you? Okay, these guys are very undersupplied, so they don't have any organization. So are these guys. These guys are... Makes me want to pull my hair out. See, I have no idea what's going on here. We have Romanian and Italian forces moving around here because I've given Romania and Italy, goals to achieve here. I don't know why they're heading back, some of these units, and we can also see Hungarian units up here. Some of it may be heading back because, hey, we don't have enough supplies, let's go get supplies. I don't get all this stuff. We can look at infrastructure levels. I know these routes here, and I looked years ago, are sort of based upon historical railway routes, right? Okay, that makes sense. But then, for the sake of the game, because the way my understanding of the supply, supplies do not try to find the supply AI, the thing that governs this, does not look for good supply routes. It just sends supplies. And so I almost wish there was more of these things. Okay, where we finally killed this pocket. The pocket is dead. Well, let's go unit by unit. Okay, you come this way. You come up this way. You come up this way as well. You can come out this way. You can go in and take that. Okay, get back to the supply thing. The AI does not like, oh, hey, here's a, almost green, a yellow that's almost green. So let's send supplies along here. Now they just sort of go, psh. What I actually sort of kind of grateful for this here, this no-go zone, so it doesn't try to send too many freaking supplies through the swamp, these red areas. Couldn't couldn't the Black Ice team or whatever, when they did the events to make the railway, couldn't they have just hit a few of these provinces here that would make direct lines? Well, that's not so bad through there, but maybe here, because the AI doesn't necessarily find the least possible route. Maybe along here a little better. Now here ain't so bad. Now the question is, should we build more infrastructure? No is my answer if we're looking in the short term. So normally I'm pushing so fast against the Soviets that building of infrastructure behind me is never going to be useful. If we're looking in for the long term, it probably is. So let's for the moment presume we're going to go with a long-term game. So let's add some infrastructure in some areas. And what we sort of kind of need to do is, because this doesn't necessarily tell us the path, it just tells us current supplies, because supply, like this blob of supply, whatever, however much this is here, we can see here, can support currently local supply here, local fuel is, 4.82 and 0.5 fuel. So we'll continue sort of traveling whatever its path, at least as far as I understand it. Yes, finally the pocket of death is dead. Yes, lawless. Be hard to find in history an army that was 100%. I think it supplied 100% of the time. Yes, David. Hello, Emerson West. I agree with you. And normally I didn't. And I sort of as an experiment. This series has been very much of an experimenting with things. And whether I should or not have asked them to assist, I definitely shouldn't have done what I did, which was ask them to assist so late in the day so that they had a lot of ground to get to the front. That's a definite. That's a definite. Partially I did it because I just did not have enough forces there because I didn't build things up well. I just don't know how much we should see about building up some of these areas. Because, that area probably could use additional now. Getting supplies up through here, we could well, let's see about increasing something like that, maybe those through there. Now getting out to this sort of region. Wish IKB was here to tell me how long it would take to build up. Now this is really bad here because this has been damaged. That's why that's red, because we've been fighting so much there. How long it should take to, well, there's both build and upgrade railway usage. Yeah, I just don't know that it's going to follow this route, so let's... And really the only sure thing to do is just blanket upgrade everywhere, but that's just way too expensive. Okay, so we've done a bunch of this here. Not that that's too expensive or anything, but it's just when we're going to get to it, when we're going to, how long is it going to take? Well, this if we're going to go in till October. So, okay, just a month. once it gets into production. Maybe we should move it to the top. Get into production now. Well, okay, we went up here again. They're attacking there, and we went down. Okay. So now there are counterattacks and their bombing is happening to us. Finnish coast are attacking there again. Yes, fuel, we know fuel. Build more ICs, guys. Build more than I did, that's for sure. Okay, so now they don't have any anti-tank guns. Those guys are going to there. Guess they're coming to there. Yes, you keep attacking and stop attacking. I wish you just pick one. Oh, I thought we had stopped all these. Okay, they're being pushed back. We'll move these guys up. And the Italians. And we're going to, like them, we're going to fall all these guys back because there's no real point in holding this province. I'm hopefully a better military commander than your mustache. It was the thrust into. It is a slow progress and a periodic retreat is our thrust in there. Built every province I won in the USSR to level 6. Going slow, it worked, but I could not build anything else forever. Yeah, see, that's part of the thing is you know, whether it's supplies you want to build or just other units here. Okay, why aren't you intercepting these bombers that are flying around here? Let's interception. Okay, now that you're going off somewhere. Somebody just shattered from somewhere. Okay, over here. Yeah, I thought we'd stop this. Okay, stop that. Oh, this is maybe a different attack, but yeah, I want it stopped. Here, though, I want to straighten the line out here and get behind this river. We'll hold better there. They're attacking into here now. That's falling back like I rested is up here. Okay. Yeah. But what I'm going to do here is attack here again, just because they're attacking us and they're retreating. So Okay. Portugal is trying to lie to us. Now we know I was talking a little earlier about some of the diplomacy situation. Let's look up Portugal, which will put it... Okay, they're right in the middle of the map. They're being influenced by the United Kingdom, by the Soviet Union, and they're aligning, which is sort of influencing themselves towards us. I think that is mainly to keep them in the middle here and not to join one side or the other. Not that they really want to join us. It's more like, hey, we don't want to quite join either one of you. Okay. We don't need to look at that. Okay, cruiser fire control computers have advanced. And okay. Is it not that one? Oh, is it over no? Okay. I guess we're not doing it anymore. Well, let's look for other submarine packs. Here, just increase that. Okay. They're holding here. I think they'll they won there. And it wasn't fun. It felt like I was playing Construction Tycoon. Yeah. Hello, Jumai Sama. I hope I got that right. How you doing today? Yeah, I like the events that rebuild some of the railways. I think those are a good idea. Normally I'm doing much better, but then again, normally I'm doing things differently here. Okay, let's air supply down to here with these guys. They're moving supplies in from Berlin. I don't have any supplies. Okay. No, they can't supply to there. I think it's... They can supply to there. Okay, guys, you supply to there. Let's move. How big of an airbase? 4. Oh. We already have these guys there. Well, those guys have plenty of supply, but no organization. So, I'm very shattered. And they've been pushed out of there. So we're going to move the cavalry division down. And we're going to move the tank division down to keep these guys from pushing any deeper. And you don't go into there, and you don't go into there anymore. These guys are falling back. Okay, well, now that these guys have abandoned this province, we're going to push up here with some armor units. And I'm going to join that attack. Well, let's try this of a push. Sometimes when I pushed the enemy, I did a tactical retreat to relocate the C and D and wait for the enemy to fill the lines after I broke the wings. And yeah, definitely trying to create pockets. Those are good ideas. My strategy with this game has been more to flow like water, flow into their weak spots, than trying to hold back and formulate specific pockets, but it is a good tactic. Okay, we're going to attack here. Oh, we're still technically defending. Okay, we're going to attack here. Oh, we'll cancel this just to sort of mess with them. Jaeger division shattered. Okay, looks like they stopped attacking the other one, so we're going to stop attacking ourselves. Who just shattered? Jaegers from... Oh, this was Jaegers down here. Damn, which... Oh, it was... No, not these guys. Not these. I don't know where they were. Okay, well... You can head back down to here, I guess. What do we... Oh, we have some units here. We have bombers there, but... Okay. What we need to do here is find that unit, put them on board ship. Okay, that's it, I guess. And we're going to move this unit down to here. Rebase. Oh, is this problem? This took them a long time to occupy that one. Okay, we've won here, so we've pushed up here. So now we're holding along this river here. I'm going to see about maybe pushing into there. Okay, they counterattacked and didn't get anywhere. Right, okay, so they're pushing here fairly hard. But what I want to do is push on that guy there. We'll support the attack from there. Well, they can stop attacking. Yeah, you're not going to win, you know it. Still attacking. Okay. Well, let's save this. And I think we're going to end the episode here. I want to thank you so much for watching. Thanks if you have, and if you haven't already, please do like the videos, and see you next time for more, yes, more Hearts of Iron. Okay, guys, we're going to continue this here, but you know, I just want to sort of do a safety restart. So since I just saved, I'm going to quit. Your screen's going to go black, but don't worry. It's just dark outside. The world isn't ending. And I'll be right back with the game in just a moment. Yeah, so just you're seeing a black screen, that's all. Not going anywhere. Still thinking about what Emerson said about playing construction tycoon, building up the infrastructure. I understand, and I think generally the idea of an automatic supply system would be good. But I'll tell you what, if I would be happy to say, I'd be happy to have a system for Hearts of Iron 3 that I could go, okay, well, take 500 units of supply, and maybe with mouse clicks give it a path to move along, tell it, and then tell it to where to end up. I would manually do that. Now, this wouldn't be a magical situation in that more supplies would move across particular territory at a particular, conditions, meaning if you have a choke point of supply coming through somewhere, it would still be there, and that would give your max levels. No crash. Just restarting. Just being safe. Gonna restart Rhaegar. No crash. Fortunately. If you can't tolerate a few crashes once in a while, Black Ice isn't stable enough for you. It's just unfortunately that way. The more memory you have, the better your game will play. So like I'm saying is, I would be happy to go, okay, 500 units of supply, look at the infrastructure route, send it this path, I specify a path, click all the way out, or, click every province if need be to here, to where, to here. I would be willing to do this manually, and obviously still be limited to the supply capacities of the areas. Or I would say put it on board, send the supply up to here, load it on the ship here, and take it off dock here. Now, you know what I think I'm going to do here now? Well, it may help. Okay, let's come back to supply. We can see we're bringing in supplies, and let's bring supplies into here. Mariupol. So we have a limited amount of convoys left. Okay, create a supply convoy from Paolo. Where is it? There. We're gonna go from there to Mariupol. There we go. So that will use 3 of our convoys up. And don't know how much good that'll do, but maybe some. Another bot, yeah. Arno's getting a workout today. And we'll move it up here to Riga as well from Seton. So that has not been our supply problem front. But we might just create a supply convoy from there's Seton to Riga. And I'll just take 2 convoys. Right. All right. Let's start another episode. I love to poke bots with you. Very good, Arno. Use that sword well. Welcome back, fellow armchair generals. This is Gamer1745 with my continuing Drang nach Osten, my drive east. At least we hope it's a drive east as opposed to a fall back to the west. Last episode, we did kill the Marsh Pocket finally. finally. Which will help us out tremendously, I'm sure. But we are suffering mainly supply issues in this area here. Fortunately, not so much down here, though we are having problems with some forces, like theirs about ready to get taken out. These guys have moved in just in time here. We're defending there. Let's move you up to the defensive there, I think. We're having a... coming very slowly right now. Why are we... Yeah, I should have enough supplies. Oh, it's this in red. Get enough fuel, we'll get another armor. Well, it's a motorized infantry division, but would be very nice in that front. So, yes. And I want to thank Sir Toyjet, Chief, Yogdog, Sircon, the Hoffmanator for your support over on Patreon. But everybody else, I just really ask you to hit that like button. And if you really want to help me after you get done watching this video, watch it again, but you can just turn the sound off and minimize the window, but make it another whole playthrough, not like necessarily simultaneous. I don't know if simultaneous would actually help, but if you wanted to just put it on... Wow, those are some nice units that could be attached to somebody, but yeah, I don't know. Move them out here, supply problems. But just watch it, have it watched through one or more extra times would really sort of help out a lot. Can you blitz from the east side of Estonian pocket? Well, I guess you weren't around, Omar. I made it up to here and got pushed back. I don't know if I was there, but I got to here and here. Don't know, whatever. And they pushed me back. So, we are, well, actually, we've gotten in pretty good shape here, I'm seeing now. So we have gotten in pretty good shape. So maybe it is a good time to start this up again, because this is where we need to sort of push through. So good sort of spotting that. Do we have any armor units here? No. Well, we really don't have too much in the way of armor. So that's something of a blitzing out. But we could push there, though. Let's get there with that. Get out of the swamp there. Let's see if we can turn some forces around, and we'll put Litterman here. I'm looking for, okay, there's a lot of our motorized forces have shattered already. And are either returning to the front or got sent more over here. So let's see how this goes here. 1, 2, 3. Okay, so we've won there. Yeah, we've won down. Yes, finish coast. Okay, these guys need to get back to fully repairing. See, I could move these guys forward, but just supply is the issue. Okay, they have supplies, so let's fly supplies to there. Currently, air supply to there. Interception tactics have advanced. That is under air, and oh, we'll let that continue. Yeah, I think currently we're just seeing that it would have been better to not have all these units messing around down here. Probably could have supplied things better. Okay, well, I think what we want to maybe is come around south, maybe breach the rivers here. So let's send the Marines. Oh, wait a minute. Let's, before we move all these guys still reinforcing, currently reinforcing. Okay, let's stop you two. Let's see if I re-put that in there if we're gonna. Oh, good, we're no longer okay, good. You're no longer doing that auto reinforcing. Yes, whatever. Okay. One that never seems to stop. Wish my air would fly around here better and get better supplied. Okay, well, we moved a bunch of air back here. Okay, that's the supply unit. No orders. No orders, right. They don't have any supply. Oh. Okay, you're not the single one. We want to find, there's one here that's that one flying. Okay, you're flying there. I'm going to retask you to fly air supply to there. So we get some of these fighters up in the air better, maybe. Okay. Go to, we've one here. Okay, so their attack against us here has ended. They're retreating. So, we have one down here. These guys picked up speed at all? Yes, because they're back at 10 kilometers an hour. Motor torpedo boat classes have advanced. And grayed out, alright. And torpedo boats have also advanced. Well, let's fix that. Yeah, I don't know how much that's going to help. But hey, anything helps. Supply. Got our logistical warfare up. Here, this would help, obviously. But it's sort of late to do that now. Okay, we'll do this. I've been reluctant to admit that we will do better anti-tank to go slower. There's something here we could do to increase our speed, though? Probably not. Yeah, we'll do that. You're moving up into the... being hit hard along this front here. Okay, so we're gonna fall you back. You just attacked up into there, so we're gonna come back into here. Okay, they're coming back to their dam. Okay, well. Let's send you back this way. And let's send you down here. Maybe we can do some air attacks on some of these forces. You may be close enough. Yep, ground attack. Ground attack. Alright, probably two, yeah. Oh, we're doing port strike. Well, that's fine. We'll keep doing port strike. Maybe we'll get rid of some of those other units. Yeah, they're falling back. So what we're going to do here is send the armor unit that way. Okay, we've won here finally. Okay, good. That's hopefully we'll stabilize our front well enough. Where do we? Okay, yeah, we fell back from there. Yes. Okay, yeah, that's what I was afraid of with Mariupol. So I'm going to cancel Mariupol. Just too many Soviet submarines sitting in there, and I don't want to keep losing my small number of transports that I have. Cancel convoy. So we're going to cancel that. Airfield control towers, nice, I guess. That was that one and done. Regiment Goering shattered, motorized. Okay, well, okay, that unit just shattered. See, we have the Hermann Goering Brigade there. So what we're going to do here is, since this is back there right now, we're going to upgrade it. Keep Goering happy. And then maybe, no, not right now. But let's, okay, that'll probably disappear. There we go. He's already now in charge of this better division, better brigade. So we'll get that going east. I don't know. Well, let's do this. Hello, Nate. How you doing? You can reduce neutrality. Oh, that's another thing to try to get nations potentially to align with you is disrupt is to reduce their neutrality here. Isn't that a covert op? Increase threat. Support ruling party. I think it's a covert op, isn't it? Right? Or but I'm not sure. Oh. What? Where did that? Okay. We had a battle out here. What the hell are you? Okay, you're shadowing. Okay, you're just shadowing these out. Okay. Come back to here. they'll do that. They'll find a unit and they'll chase it all over the place. Okay, how are we doing here? You can move into the vacuum. At least we took out some of them and not them taking out us. Okay. Well, there is, yeah, increase threat by somebody as well. That's another element of it. Okay, let's move these guys up here. Air supply down to here. Air superiority tactics, and we're going to let that continue. Okay, they're pushing us again. Everything out here is because we don't have enough freaking supplies. Come on, save the day, get there. Well, we're slowly bringing down a lot of their subs. No, that's the command for up here, was it? Okay, well, move you to Sutton. We have here our fleet. They can come back down to Sutton and pick up a couple of units and bring them back to Norway or Finland. Yeah, covert up on their capital. Yeah, that's what I thought. Something like that. Yeah, I have not built up any covert action points for any nation here, so I'm not prepared to do that. Not that it's a bad idea, just I'm not prepared. Okay, how is the supplies coming through? Not very well. Yeah. Wish you could see two of these at once. Let's add this and add this to our, let's build queue to the top. See, it's more of the, for me, it's more of the time it takes than the cost building them. Tibet is aligning themselves towards us. Okay, well. Yeah. Okay, well, right now this is looking fairly weakish, so let's try another. Oh, we just don't have the supplies again, because, yeah, oh shit, we're here. Yeah, maybe we should stop this attack here. I'm shattering too many divisions. That's some of the problems with with this here. Okay, I don't know why. Who is going forward? Okay, well, let's just. Yeah, so blitzing is basically out. We might be attacking, but we're not blitzing. Division, that division. Okay, are the fighters here now? Well, somewhat better. Oh, you're better. Okay. We need to intercept some of these bombers. Yeah, shoot them down. Shoot them all down. Somehow we still sort of kind of have Kursk, but we just don't have any supplies. Do you like watching madmen rave about supplies? Oh, we finally lost Kursk, but we got occupied here. And we're holding good in Persia. Time for the nukes, Arno? Well, don't have any. Okay, you guys can push in here now. Okay, doing okay there. Yeah, this is why I wasn't doing. We just lost another convoy here. Okay, I just don't have a lot of convoys. Don't really need this. So we're going. Oh, no, I don't want to create close. We want to cancel convoy. Nice idea to try to push there. I normally do convoys, but we just. I would say overproduction of submarines by the Soviets have made this area a bit more dangerous than I think it should be for supply convoys. Okay, we have... Oh, pause. Have happened to us jungle effects. I'm not sure. There's even talk whether this is supposed to be display. I know it says red. I don't know whether it's really helping us or not. There's confusion over this. What, of course, have happened is our allies have gotten a hold of some territories out in the Far East, and it's giving us the reduced effects because of jungles, but we're not in much jungles, excuse me, so it really doesn't matter too much for us at this time. Sure, you can have energy, all the energy you want. Where to nuke? Moscow's the place where to nuke, if you want to know why, or if you want to know and why. It is the main central rail hub of the Soviet Union. So if you could destroy that, you've got it. You know, Hitler was, I think, actually for erasing Leningrad. It's a rather beautiful city. If you don't know, Hitler was nuts and a madman. And evil, too. And so I guess he saw this as too much of a Russian achievement that he wanted it destroyed, but they didn't assault it or anything, but, you know, they wanted it destroyed. But it's more useful to Germany if you can take it, because you can use it as a supply port very readily. Now, not in the dead of winter, it freezes over to where it's like 12, 20 feet thick of ice in the port. So you can't use it in winter. It's the same type of problem that you have with trying to get the iron ore out of here. Because during summer season, you can move the iron ore that's up. We can maybe see it. Resource mode. This here, I guess, is where it is. They're calling it tungsten, but it's sort of iron ore that's special, that has probably a lot of tungsten in it. They can move it this way during summer, but during winter, my understanding is it's some of the rail connections here, but it's also as much as I think the port freezes over. So it is warmer over and never freezes over on the Atlantic coast. So they bring it out through Narvik, and you know, half the year or more than half the year or whatever it is. So this freezes up. I don't know about Tallinn, whether it freezes up. That's, I think, partially why they wanted Henko out here for the Soviets, because they got this during the after the Winter War. I think that was a year-round port for them, so they could base their fleet there. But when the weather's good, you can use it as a supply port, and that would help Germany. Stalingrad's a nothing of a city. It's not important. It's not important at all. So you don't want it. Now, the location is important, not the city. So, and I know, and I've watched just bits of it. TIK has done and is doing a very in-depth look at the Stalingrad campaign. But I will say this, and he may be, and he's looking at it, reading a lot of sources and looking at it better. But in my opinion, once the Germans were, because early on they push into the city, and again I'm getting this from like old series, old documentary series like World at War and whatever else. So I may be wrong on it, but I think generally I'm right. The Germans are pushing. They fight a battle somewhere back here, I think, and win. And then they're pushing, and they push into Stalingrad. And they push in pretty quickly. And then it gets a bit hard. And then they send a bunch more forces in. And I know I'm simplifying this. Send a bunch more forces in. And they get it almost like on this map here. They get it to where there's just a little bit of a pocket. They're finally almost winning, but the Soviets just keep that going. And then they crush around it. In my opinion, once they had any significant resistance, they should have stopped and maybe even withdrawn from the city, but then did an envelopment maneuver, because they were more motorized and more capable, and secure the area, not battle in the city, but surround the city, and then not do like a long Stalingrad, let's starve them out siege, which they might have been able to do fairly quickly, but then assault. Once you get it so where they cannot reinforce your fighting, then assault into the city. And they might have even withdrawn once they realized that they're being surrounded, but when they're defended by big ship guns, just stop the traffic. Yeah, exactly, Beam Slam. Not necessarily to take Stalingrad. And so you want to stop the traffic on the Volga, which was handling a lot of the oil coming out of the Caspian Sea, a lot of the other resources moving around. You want an anchor, as we can see here. This is desert. I've seen some train footage. A German YouTuber took a train all the way out to somewhere around here. I'm not exactly sure on the map where here, but it's several different trains, and so he did stop in Volgograd now, but he did stop there, and so there's trains moving along here, and this area is somewhat deserty, and the trains actually sort of avoid some of this, I think, but I don't know how severe of a desert it is, but you don't want to fight in it, and the Soviets or the Germans, in my opinion, again, I don't know for sure, but in my opinion, are not going to support multiple corps size units supply-wise coming across this desert. I'm not saying you can't drive into the desert with them, but keep supplies flowing. You're not going to do that. I can imagine potentially driving out huge numbers of Kubelwagens or something, or the Opel Blitzes and trying it, but that would be ridiculous. And so, if you can secure, you don't have to secure everything, but you just shut that sort of Volgograd or Volga river traffic and cut the rail links down here, you've effectively cut off all of this down here from the Soviet Union. Oh, sure, because you're cutting off Astrakhan here, which has, because there is, this is all navigable rivers by small vessels, small ships, but small ships. You've cut that off. There's nothing. Back then, there's no real, there may be like fishing village ports kind of thing, but there's no real ports to support transfers of any amount of anything, whether it's large numbers of soldiers or supplies or oil or resources. It's just nothing here. So it's the position, not the city. So nuking it doesn't matter, because they could, meaning if you're not holding it, if you're way back here, just that big nukes go off, well, they'll just build around, lay some railway tracks or run the whatever ships along, barges along the rivers, maybe just get a little irradiated as it goes by, but as long-term stuff. But here, if you destroy the rail infrastructure here, yeah, there is sort of a greater ring area that they would be able to get around, but that would Kyrgyz states, Kazakhstan. Yeah, I forget the YouTuber's name. He does a lot of rail travels by rail and sort of documents the stuff, which was really fascinating to see him go through the. It was a year or so ago he did it. Go through this part of the Russia. Got to keep, what do I call it? Soviet Union, Russia, or whatever. But so jumping, yeah, and so. And had you done this and had you cut here off, you effectively, because you remember that in my opinion, the only reason the Soviets were able to envelop, and cut off Stalingrad in the first place is that they were able to effectively attack from both the north and the south, or whatever you want to call the two fronts, the north and the east. I don't know, however you want to. Along here, had they just only pressed on one, if you're sort of holding, say, along here, Germany could have reinforced. Now, of course, Germany wasn't available to reinforce it at the time of the attacks, because all the German soldiers were more or less in Stalingrad, and it was the Italians, the Romanians, and the Hungarians primarily that were holding the flanks, and they are the ones that collapsed. So had you had some German reaction forces sitting around here and only been able to push on from one front, presumably the north, because the rest would have been sort of, the forces down here would have been tied up fighting with the Caucasus front forces, whatever that might have been at the time. So yeah, Volgograd, the position matters, the city does not. The city is nothing. It's cutting the river. And you could come down here and cut it, if it makes sense, but it just sort of best the sort of the shape of the river to cut here. But just so long as you cut that river and effectively hold it. So, if you would cut, from the Don to here or something, and just ignored Stalingrad, just who cares about the name of the map? Just sort of hold a nice long line, or from here down to here, something like that, and effectively cut this. You've achieved the necessary results. That's what you needed to achieve. You didn't need to take Stalingrad. We use it, of course, for wargaming purposes. That normally you can get the Soviet Union to potentially, likely to surrender if you get Leningrad, Stalingrad, and Moscow in like the first year of your attack. Yeah, that would be showing signs that the Soviet Union is collapsing. And politically, something was going on. Let me see. Man, I've had an idea that if the Germans take Stalingrad and hold it, and the Caucasus part of the Soviet army will not resupply, and Germany push Soviet troops to the Turkish border, what would Turkey do in this opportunity? Okay, Omar, I'm guessing you may be Turkish. Just Omar Sharif Kukuk. I don't know. Because you've shown interest in it. Let me just save this here for the moment. Give you a little background. I don't know how much you know about, and you maybe know a whole lot more than me, but about Turkey in World War II. Germany had a fairly good diplomat in Franz von Papen. Just for everybody out there, if you don't know who he was the Chancellor of Germany, lost the position. And then they held another election, and then when they decided to go, the conservatives, if you want to call them, the right-wingers, decided to go into alliance with the radicals, the Nazis, the sort of the conservatives and the radicals. The Nazis are radicals. They may be right-wing, maybe, and sometimes you can define, it depends on how you define right and left-wing. The Nazis, again, and I agree with TIK on this, that the Nazis are socialists. They're not communistical leveling socialists. You don't see me moving my sort of leveling hands here, meaning trying to make everybody equal. But they are a type of socialist. They're not a Marxist socialist, but they're socialists. And they're not capitalist with a. Hitler very much states he's not a capitalist. Hitler likes competition between organizations, whether within the government, between two government organizations, or between industries. He's not a central. Hitler is not looking for central planning that either communism or fascism does. He wants that competition, but he doesn't want capitalism. He doesn't like things like speculating on stock markets and whatever. He is a socialist. He is a, the nation owns the property communally, but individuals might have larger bits and pieces of it, meaning very rich people may exist in his socialist world, but it is socialist. Okay, so whether you want to call Nazism right-wing or left-wing, it is not conservatism. It is not German conservatism. It is not other, because conservatism is trying to conserve traditions, political or cultural or otherwise, of that country. So it would be sort of authoritarian Kaiserism, if you will, with all the different, kings of Bavaria and whatnot. That's sort of conservatism. And conservatism is Christianity, and Hitler's anti-Christian. So Hitler, the Nazis are radicals. Whether they're left-wing radicals or right-wing radicals, they're radicals. It's sort of hard to because some of their stuff is very left-wing, some of their stuff is right-wing. Or because they're hierarchical and they're nationalistic, where communists are not supposed to be hierarchical and they are supposed to not be nationalistic. Stalin turns on nationalism only once World War II starts. Before he's trying to erase nationalism within Russia, but as well as within the other republics. But he turns on Mother Russia and Russian nationalism once the World War II starts. So this is what, and sometimes TIK and others is talking about Nazism, and they're talking about what the Nazis do. Yeah, they do central planning only because of the war. Only because of the war and the pressures on the war do they do central planning, and it's under Speer for like the economy. Central planned economy. Hitler does not want to do that, but Hitler does it. Communists are anti-nationalistic. Stalin is anti-nationalistic. Stalin turns on the nationalist button and dials it up to 11, the patriotic war in Russia, and starts talking about Russia and Mother Russian propaganda starting in about 1942, really. You start to see he turns on nationalism, and he keeps it on at least true to the end of the war. I really don't know if he keeps it up afterwards. But so don't judge things, you can judge their willingness to use methods like killing millions of people, but don't judge technical elements of their stuff as to what they really want to do. So back to it. Franz von Papen, he's the sort of conservative nationalist, former Chancellor of Germany, convinces Bismarck to no, not Bismarck. Hindenburg. Hindenburg to go into coalition with Hitler, so long as because they don't always have a vice chancellor, but he'll be vice chancellor and really run things, and Hitler just gets to pretend to run things as chancellor. Big mistake. He eventually, once Hindenburg dies, his job is removed as vice chancellor, and he is sent eventually down to Austria, and I'm getting to Turkey, don't worry, down to Austria to be the sort of special ambassador to Austria to work to get Austria into Germany. And he does that. Austria joins relatively peacefully, gets the Nazis accepted. Well, and I forget the date, but he eventually gets sent down to Turkey to try to get good relations with Turkey and eventually get Turkey into the Axis. So he's a pretty good ambassador for Germany. Now, at some point, and I'm not sure where or when, because I really haven't looked at it, but I think at some point, Franz von Papen decides not to return to Germany. I'm not entirely sure what's going on there. I'm not entirely sure why he's doing what he's doing in his life. Franz von Papen, at least from what I understand, is a very strong religious Christian. He's a Catholic. That is one of the reasons he's sent as ambassador to Austria, which was German Catholics. He is sort of tied up in like the Knights of the Malta type thing, Catholic order. He's really sort of focused on those type of works. Now he continues, and Hitler is clearly a paganist. He's a neo-paganist. That's what I would call Hitler's religion, neo-paganism. But he still continues to work for the Nazis. I don't get it why he doesn't, go into exile. But at some point, I think he stops trying to get Turkey into... Now, there's at least one major assassination attempt against him in Turkey. And I'm not even sure who's really pushing that assassination attempt, quite honestly. But I'm pretty sure a couple of times he sort of requested or ordered back to Berlin and just doesn't go. He basically, I think, decides he does not want to go back to Germany. And so he rides out the rest of the war in Turkey and then faces the music after it. And I'll check out what you've been saying in the chat. Now, had the Germans taken the Caucasus front, what would Turkey do? Would Turkey join the Axis? Now, remember, and Aries, maybe he's been around earlier in the chat. I don't know if he's still here. Talk to him. Why the fuck did Turkey join in Germany and the Central Powers in World War I when they didn't even make their own goddamn rifles? And I don't even know if they're making their own damn ammunition. Bullets to shoot out of the rifles, the pew-pews that come out of the bullets. I know they weren't making their own rifles. They should not have joined. The Ottoman Empire was a weak, sickly thing. Sorry if it's offending you. I know a lot of Europeans say that about when they say criticizing the U.S., and I'm not offended when they criticize the U.S. as long as it's valid criticism. Like, yeah, we're all fat. Yep, we are fat. But yeah, Turkey was just way too effing weak to join World War I. It was a stupid mistake. Well, the Ottoman Empire, because that's different than Turkey. I know it's the same, but it's different. It's the same, but it's different. It's very much a change in government and change in some definitions and whatnot. Yeah, I know the Turks ruled both, but yeah, should not have joined World War I. A stupid mistake there. So obviously they played it smart and not joined World War II until the very end and made sure they were on the winning side this time. So in World War I, what would they have joined? Well, it depends on when and what's going on. If the Germans had taken, all the way down to here and all the way to the border and holding out strongly in Stalingrad, but if the U.S. is in the war, America's back in, and if Britain is holding down in, even if they're just holding here, if they've lost, the Suez is sort of the, Italian, German / British front line or something, and the British are in control here, and the Americans are in the war, maybe we're getting ready to land somewhere. No, they're not. Turkey would not, in my estimation, would not join the Axis because why? What's the upside on them? They still don't, why does Turkey join the Central Powers in World War I? Well, there's multiple reasons, but one of the aggravating factors was Britain was building one or more cruisers, big ships for Turkey, and one of them was getting near completion, and when the war breaks out, Britain just goes, "We're keeping it, sorry, Turkey," and which pisses Turkey the hell off. And so this makes the situation in World War I not good. Well, when World War II breaks out, and Germany is getting ready, and Britain's going, oh shit, we need everything we can to be able to fight Germany. Oh, yeah, we have this big contract for Vickers machine guns to be sold to Turkey. What do you want to do with them? Deliver them to Turkey. That was So Britain fulfilled its arms production contracts to Turkey in 1939, 1940 to make sure that Turkey doesn't get upset and maybe join the Axis again. So even though I don't know when they were sending it, whether it was post or before or after Dunkirk, but they definitely could have used the Vickers machine guns that they were making for Turkey, but they made them an 8mm Mauser, which was the Turkish caliber at the time. So Turkey is not making its own rifles in World War II. It's not making its own machine guns in World War II. Hell, it's not making its own artillery in World War II. It should not get into World War II because it can't do that stuff. It just can't do its stuff. The one automotive factory that's set up in Istanbul doesn't make automobiles. It assembles automobiles. There's Ford. Ford sets up an assembly factory in Istanbul. They ship over all the parts and they just put them together. And then that fails because there's not enough sales, and that the factory turns into just a repair shop. So yeah, they don't even make their own trucks or their own cars. So they're not ready to play war on World War II scales. So yeah, Turkey should not get into World War II so long as there is potential for either side. Okay. Oh, sorry if you already left, Lawless. Yes, have a nice day. So yeah, so my estimation is so long as now if it changes to what it's like now, we control, that sort of semi-neutral Vichy France, we control here. Our allies control here. This is our puppet state here. These are our allies here. We're controlling Egypt. We've got Malta. We have not got Gibraltar, but maybe once we defeat Torch. And then if you get Stalingrad, not just battling down here like this, and if you get Stalingrad, yes, maybe then would Turkey join. But then, well, I guess only it gets out of it is just to be on the quote-unquote winning side when the war is over, so that you don't get eaten up by the victors. I guess would be the only reason to maybe do that. But let's see what else. The Caucasus and Volga supply route cut off, the Lend-Lease supplies cut. Absolutely. You get so much of the... hello, Steve. Stephen, how you doing? Yes, there's a massive amount of Lend-Lease supplies coming through Iran. That would all be cut off. You would be down to the very limited supplies being mostly flown in out here, and to the somewhat limited supplies coming in up here. But there's a huge amount coming here if you cut this off. So there's huge reasons to take this. But the city itself is unimportant. It's just cutting the river. So if you cut it down here and can hold, that's fine. That achieves the goal of cutting off all of that. Maybe the part of India, maybe through part of, okay. I don't know. Just take the Ural Mountain areas. Turkey mobilize, maybe Germany and Turkey can destroy the Soviet army. Okay, I'm looking up there and seeing mobilized soldiers. Yeah, but it doesn't have guns. I mean, it may have the guns, but once you use up those guns, it has no more new guns. Rifles, machine guns. Turkey cannot make anything, and there's no problem to say the true Ottoman Empire is sick. Yeah. Well, yeah, the Ottoman Empire was a sick man. Very much so. Wow, Turkey just really suck. Even the Dutch and the Belgians made their own. Yep, absolutely, Arno. During World War, it was just a mixing of old country items. Absolutely. And Turkey today, I forget what they're using right now as service rifles, but they eventually, have made copies of the HK G3s, the German weapons. Today they make their own rifles. And they made some of their own armored personnel carriers, I think, and some tank models, rebuilding other things. Nowadays, Turkey is much more industrialized. Back then, during World War I and World War II, Turkey was not industrialized. And so, and I'm not, I know places like Iraq and Iran were not even making their own bullets, at least to any scale of, use in a war. Neither was Portugal. They weren't making their own munitions. They were importing them. I don't think Turkey was. So if the army comes into it, once they use up all their reserve stock of ammunition, Germany has to supply them ammo, like in World War One. To keep Turkey in the war in World War One, Germany had to supply them huge amounts of ammunition. Yeah, sure, it opened up a new front on Russia. It opened a new front up down here for, in the Mediterranean. It diverted a lot of supplies. But Turkey, the Ottomans, whatever you want to call them at that time, was just simply a more drain on primarily German industrial production capacity. It would have been the same ultimate long term, for Turkey. Yeah, they have man. Yes, they may have rifles that are, a mix of World War One, some new purchases in between the wars, mix of calibers. They might, I don't know if they had any, bullet caliber ammunition making factories, but even if they did, how fast do you shoot, bullets out of a machine gun? 600, 800, 900 rounds per minute. Okay, 100 guns shooting that kind of ammunition. Now, I know they don't keep them on 24 hours a day and shoot it, but still you shoot up huge, massive volumes of ammunition. So even if you do say, point to, and I'd love to know if anybody knows of a World War II, bullet making factory and could point, send me a photo and any sort of details about like how many rounds they could make a day. But even if it existed, it's not going to keep Turkey going grinding on a front like this kind of front. It's just not. So, yeah, Romania and Hungary are making their own guns. Yugoslavia was making its own guns. Czechoslovakia was making its own guns. Bulgaria, I don't think so. They were definitely making their own ammunition. So they had munitions factories. So they were an added element to the war that could do it. Now, if you look at like their tank factories in either like Romania or Hungary, they're like a building, and they're building 10 or 20 tanks at any one time, and they build like 60 of a particular model, where Germans are building 600 and the Americans are building 6,000 of a model of a tank. So yeah, they're building their own tanks in Romania and Hungary, but they're not building them on any scale. So yeah, to keep one armored division or two armored divisions or something equipped with tanks that are sort of out of date, yeah, they're doing that. But that's just one or two divisions worth of tanks that they're sort of kind of maybe keeping into operations. And that's it for these countries. Turkey, yeah, it's manpower. And that's all it is. And is it well-trained manpower? I don't think so, not in a modern sense. Is it well-motivated manpower? I don't know what its the manpower motivation would have been in World War II. I don't know. So, Germany, I have some nice photos, is trying to get them in. They're, like I talked earlier about Franz von Papen. I think early on he's trying, but I think at some point, Franz von Papen, I don't know whether he recognizes that the regime is irretrievably evil, meaning you can't just like sort of, it's my country, so I'll help it out, and then once we'll have new elections, and then Hitler will go away, and we'll get a good leader again. No, it's irretrievably evil. Whether he figures that out, or whether he could be he sees that Germany is not likely to win, so he just stops trying, in my opinion. Though he may realize that he wasn't going to succeed anyways, but he doesn't go back to Germany and try to help anything in Germany. He just hides in Turkey. And so I think that's sort of the case in the situation. Hello, Challenge Boy. Gotta go, guys. Do hope things go well for you there, Challenge Boys. Turkey shooting without guns doesn't sound fun. Yeah, a little more without bullets. Turkey might be a source of resources, maybe even manpower, but without sufficient industrialization, it would nearly be useless as an ally. Yes, absolutely. Even now, okay, they're still using the G3's beam slam. I wasn't sure if they had upped their still. Oh, but everybody moved away from that caliber. Well, I think the American and most NATO forces are wrong. I know they're toying with new replacement calibers for 5.56, but I actually think since 308 is a wonderful caliber. I was talking with it yesterday with a few of the guys where we were playing War Thunder on our own. 308, I think, is a wonderful calibered bullet. And you need 308 for sure for machine guns. Yeah, you can do the squad automatics that are lightweight, shooting 5.56 or some other semi-replacement round for that. But you need some big 50 cals, but you need the 308 caliber. So since you're going to have the 308 caliber in your supply chain anyways, I think it would be good to have a battle rifle as well as an assault rifle. So I think it would be good for the US, for Germany, for Britain to still maintain and function battle rifles and 308s, whether they're G3s, FNFALs, or M14s, or maybe if somebody comes up with something new and better that's good enough. I don't know that anybody has that's, good enough better to go over to it. But, because, like the Israelis make, and I think the Finns did also, made a AK-like gun, the Galils or the Valmets in the two cases, in 308. So you can do it in other calibers. But a battle rifle caliber, especially with the increase of body armor and ballistic helmets and types of terrain that can make battle rifles, because your engagement ranges will open up to longer ranges and not be close in. And now I'm not saying, so I'm saying to have both types would be good. So higher hitting power, longer ranges, a better penetration through objects, all that kind of stuff. You need the 308 for sure in a machine gun. There's no sane military out there is arguing my point about the machine guns. And you still have people like the U.S. Navy today still using old M14s on board their ships because they want that extra range to shoot. These are not combat troops. These are sailors with rifles, sometimes to shoot at like sea mines out at sea, or if they want to shoot at small, potential enemy small boats like Somali pirates or Iranian, small boats, to get some riflemen out on the sides of ships. They want something to be able to reach out there and hit harder, and they're not interested in 223 weapons for that. And since they're on board ship, they can have a huge pile of ammo just sitting behind them if they want to. So carrying of ammo weight, it doesn't matter to them for that usage. So they maintain the 308 rounds. So yeah, there's good reasons to have G3s. Now, whether Turkey should also have an assault rifle smaller, I don't know, because there's logistic issues and what should Turkey do with their is it just too much to have too many calibers running around? Maybe for Turkey, like we're talking about how weak Turkey was in World War I and II. I don't know. Turkey is been having some problems down in here recently with some of their forces. I've seen a lot of destroyed tanks and whatnot. So, yeah, Turkey is having its problems. And I'm rather upset by Turkey's occupation of Cyprus as well. I don't like the Turkish government for doing that. I hate the Turkish government for doing that. I don't hate Turks. I hate them occupying Cyprus. And I think that's wrong. So yeah, I have problems with the Turkish government, but current Turkish government as well. But that doesn't make me hate Turks at all. I just hate the government that's occupying Cyprus and doing some other not good things. I think Turkey do have more modern rifles, but still see the G3 sometimes. Okay, more likely von Pape, like other German leaders, saw the logistical and production limitations faced by Germany during World War I, doing limited research productions and the Allied bombing. Yeah. Now, what Franz von Papen may have been doing, again, I have not looked into as much, read really anything. I read some, magazine articles that had, 5 or 10 paragraphs on, time in Turkey, but I haven't really dug into him. he may have been just trying to keep Turkey neutral at some point, because Spain being neutral at some point means you don't have to defend Spain. And had Italy remained neutral, that would have kept the bulk of the Mediterranean neutral, which would have been less fronts for Germany to have to fight on, guys. So, yeah, it might be better to have, neutral positions here and here. That's why I've not brought Spain into the war, because it being a friendly neutral is better for me right now. So yeah, there's good reason for the German perspective, and there was a significant amount. I don't know the scale, but it was a significant, not just a teeny amount, but a significant amount of resource trading going on with Turkey. So that was happening during this time period. Well, I think we're going to end this episode here. Good little talk on Turkey and World War II, sort of timely. I hope you all enjoyed it. Thank you all that made it this far in. See you next time for even more Hearts of Iron. Okay, let me just make another save. I think we did before talking so much, but and I think I'm going to restart. We're not going anywhere. Just the black screen. We'll just get a fresh start. Here, it'll be back really soon. Really soon. Starting it now. Yeah, there's a lot of stuff to war. Diplomacy, neutral countries being useful. I know a lot of people want to play Turkey in World War II and see how it would go, but I don't see it being useful for almost anybody, because by the time it's joining, even if it joins the Axis, the Allies fairly early, yeah, air bases, pick up some of the Greek islands. Yeah, that would be useful. From get rid of the German and the Italian occupation of the Greek islands. But it really isn't going to, in my opinion, help the Allies much even. All right, let's start another episode here. Welcome, fellow armchair generals. This is Gamer 1745 with Drang nach Osten, the drive east. We have actually pushed a little bit east, but we've had to fall back in other places. We are trying to hold in the Caucasus, and we're almost kind of sort of doing that. But that's about ready to collapse, and that's about ready to collapse. And these guys here, I don't know if we can. Very welcome, Emerson. But stay tuned to find out if we can hold, if we can drive, see how all this goes. But before we get into that, I want to thank Yogdog, Sir Khan, Chief, the Hoffmanator, and Sir Toyjet for support over on Patreon. It really goes to help support both my modding as well as the YouTube channel. I really do appreciate all that. But what I'm really just asking people to do, though, is we hit that like button. And for all of you who really want to see this particular series continue, once you get done fully watching this episode, and I hope you will, start it again. Close it out, start it again, and then just turn the audio off and minimize the screen and go do whatever else you want to do. And do that 1 or 2 times to get the view count up. What it really does is it tries to get the YouTube algorithm to try to show it to more people, because it has been going down in views. So we will hopefully bring it up. New stuff is just a toy. Oh yeah. No, the G3 is a great rifle. Great rifle indeed. Okay. 2, 3. Okay, let's see how we are going. They're counterattacking us. Looks like we'll probably hold against that. That we probably hold. there we probably will hold. So that is good. Here is where I'm worried about. That's already falling back to there. Okay, they're pushing up to there. These guys will push over to here, I guess. These guys are holding here. These guys, ooh, yeah, they may hold. I like the HK91. Oh good, we got you guys here. You immediately go to there. And you head back to here to pick up more units and no longer be supplied from there. I don't like where the cocking handle is. That is the biggest deficit with the HK91 or the G3. That it's up on the foregrip, and it can really only effectively be cocked with the left hand. I know all soldiers should be taught to shoot right-handed, but if it's back towards the the center of the gun where the trigger is, you can reach around with your right hand to cock it if you want to. Instead of you can use both hands. Whatever side of the bolt it's on is normally on the left hand side of the gun, but you can reach over and cock it with your other hand. I know you got extra sort of leverage with the device up there, and it's good, but it's good when it works, when it's appropriate, but I really just don't like that aspect of it. The Germans started, after World War II, started out with the G1, the Gewehr one, which is an FNFAL rifle. And I don't know what the G2 is, quite honestly, but the G3 is, the one replaces it. It's a very good rifle. It's in my top 3 major military 308 rifles. It's probably down at number 3. The FNFAL is at number 1. The M14/M1A is at number 2, I would say. Those would probably be my rankings of the top 3. It's a handicap. Yeah, like the AK, by the way. Well, the AK, the Galil solves the problem by taking that handle and then bending it up over the top so you can use either hand on it. But you can just sort of half rotate the gun around and use your right hand on the cocking handle. So it's very, and that's also how you do it with a FAL. You can do it that way, but it's not required to do it cocking that way. So it's not as bad. It's an issue, but it's not as big an issue. And I don't know. Guys, I worked for years in the firearms industry, and although I've shot a few machine guns in my life a few times, but not a lot. But the civilian versions of the FALs, the M1As, or the M14s, the HK91, which is the civilian version, the semi-auto version, whatever you want to call it, of, I have an HK91. I have a bunch of FALs. I'm shot a lot of these guns, so I have a lot of comparisons on a lot of stuff. Some of the more modern, super modern stuff, I have not shot because I haven't been in the firearms industry for some years. But I've shot, and sometimes just shooting 2 or 3 magazines. I've shot through a few hundred different types of guns. I mean, a huge amounts, because I've had different experiences where I could just go and sort of at a gun convention that they used to hold here, and I could go shoot any gun I wanted, 5 rounds, because I worked in the industry and jump in front of the lines and just try everything. So I've tried so many semi-auto, bolt action, various pistols. So I've, over the years that I worked in it, I've just shot so much different types of guns. So I have a pretty good comparison to different types of stuff, and not just that I've shot a few types. So I have, most of what I'm giving you is coming from personal experience of guns, as well as reading, magazine articles and other reviews as well. So it's that, just so whenever you hear me talking about it, doesn't mean that I'm right about everything. It just means that they're my views, and they're views that have a certain amount of experience behind them. Okay. Just wanted to, I know not everybody watches everything, and a bunch of you already knew that, but I just wanted to make sure those didn't. So that's just background when I'm talking about guns. Okay, we've won there. We're under attack again down here. We've lost here, and they're being pushed back. Okay, but we're moving in reinforcements. Hopefully soon. We've won here. Okay, well, since we won here, let's keep these guys moving to here so they're not cut off. And we can move the garrison forces up there. Okay, we're being pushed back. Okay. Well, I know we've recently taken this ground, but we're sort of neat. We should probably fall back. Well, not next. Okay, fall back down to here. Fall back, fall back, fall back, fall back. Yep. Not going to fall back from here just yet. Okay, I think because we're sort of behind that river, I think we'll hold okay. Yeah, these guys are fairly weakish. I want to hold this river line here if I can, but... Yeah, we lost there, okay. Lost the province. Bring up some reinforcements. Let's fall you back and you back so we don't get cut off here. Now, of course, nobody has shot as many different types and strange and weird stuff as Gun Jesus, or also known as Ian from Forgotten Weapons. Now, he is super experienced with a lot of very rare stuff. A lot of very rare stuff, and not just sort of a lot of common things. So I've shot a few rarish things. Okay, fighter ground. Route training, probably keep that going. Let's just look at the year date. Yeah, we're going to keep that going. Keep the morale up of our pilots. Okay, that's the kind of thing I'm worried about. Shattering of divisions. We'll go deal with that in a moment. That's up here in, yes. And okay, so now we're holding here. Monsoon full swing. We've lost a province over there. Okay, that's the one where we just retreated. We don't care about that. We're under attack there. We don't care about that. We don't care about what's down here right now. And here we can just... How much is this going to cost? 5% till October for a month. Or we lose organization regain. Okay, no, we'll pay for this. We'll pay. We'll pay. And what does Finland want? Oh, you can have all the energy you want. Major defeat, another one. Okay, well, one over here. That's where we lost. Okay, well, we're falling back here. We're falling back to here. Wish those had some supplies coming in. Okay, they just need to get recouped. Well, they have... Okay. We just haven't been able to... Well, I have not been doing a good job at managing the air. Let's see, can they fly to here? Nope. What do we have? Okay, those are the... Let's get some fighters up. Okay, I'm gonna delay that. I don't need that right now. Well, I maybe do, but I don't know where it'll pop up. It'll pop up in a useful spot enough. Okay, we've had 2 units shatter. Okay, you're one of those finished units that wasn't very good to start with. And you're one of the units out here, so let's... Where is our supply flow now? Not great. What paratrooper unit did we lose? We got shattered? Is that one of these down here? No. Oh, this was the one I attached over here somewhere. Okay, well, maybe send it down here. Maybe it'll do good in the Caucasus. The mountains. You need to get you over to the Caucasus as soon as we can. Okay, they just made it. They're good. So you get on board the ships. Rommel, get back on board the ships. You've been on the ships before, so you know what to do. And you get over to here as fast as you can. Rebase. Yeah, you get being ground away by these guys, even though you do have Panzerjägers. Okay, well, they're coming to there to hold that. What? Oh, these guys have been pushed back. Okay, these guys are holding there. Oh. Okay, what we need to do is hold in the mountains, not hold that mountain. So let's just fall back to here. Well, let's send you back in, and you can stay right where you are. Try to notice here. Neglecting, yeah, I am neglecting the Luftwaffe. For multiple reasons. One, I'm just not terribly great at it. Two, it's finding air bases that are in supply that can handle some of this operations has been some of the problem we've been having here. Just so much of the area lacks supply. What province did we lose out here? Where? Oh, over here. Oh, they pushed us back to here again. Oh, damn. No, they haven't. Okay, yeah, this is a sort of Kursk area push. Well, I guess they'll eventually just push us back onto our supply lines. We can hold that, or keep that going and. Okay, what infantry division shattered from where? Oh, out here, yeah. Well, send them back. Okay. Let's see what we have here. Move this over here. Okay. Well, yes, let's get the Azul division, the blue division. Now, okay. We're going to talk a little bit about Spain in World War II. We recently just talked about Turkey in World War II, but Spain. People throw around the term fascist way too much. You know, people call Trump a fascist. Trump is not a fascist. Trump has no fascist instincts in him at all. He is not a fascist. He may be an asshole, but he's not a fascist. He doesn't... Fascism believes in socialism. Fascists were founded by socialists. They're also strongly nationalistic, and they're not leveling socialist. Again, leveling, I don't know if you guys know, I use that term. It's not a commonly used term now. During the English Civil War era, sort of like 1650s, in England, there were a group of people that were levelers. Not necessarily in the way they would have seen it as everybody literally equal, but they definitely wanted to get rid of things like the aristocracy and particularly, you know, rich people, sort of make everything equal. Now, they weren't communist in that they didn't want to own things collectively. They wanted like each farmer to own his farm, and not some big landowner to own a huge amount of land that then these farmers paid, you know, were tenant farmers that paid rents to a landowner. They just wanted every farmer to own his own farm, every shoemaker to own his own shoemaker business. They weren't communists, but they were levelers. They wanted the society to be leveled, sort of equality, but not communal ownership. Communism purports to want to be leveling as well, make everything equal, but also communally ownership. So fascist types of socialists are not levelers. They're not trying to bring the top down to make everyone equally poor. Their socialism is want to take care of the poor. You know, keep the top can stay the top, but give them haircuts, if you know what I mean, shave them, take off their excessive wealth or whatever, and to be able to take care of the poor. So their socialism is trying to raise the poor up to a decent standard. They're still going to have poor people in socialism, but they're going to have a decent standard of living. Okay, I mean, this is not, you know, there's corporatism, all that kind of stuff rolled into fascism. People throw around fascism. I just saw somebody today called Kyle Rittenhouse. He's the young man that got attacked by the Antifa people and shot a few of them. But he was being attacked by a mob, and he called him a fascist. Kyle Rittenhouse, I mean, I don't know him personally, obviously, and I can't imagine him being a fascist. He may be a conservative, but in no way is he a fascist. And I don't know why this person on Twitter, otherwise seems somewhat reasonable, calls him a fascist. In no way is he a fascist. So people throw around fascism way too easily. Okay, and so the right wing in America, if you don't know, are sort of libertarians, leave me the hell alone. Kind of people. They're not, you know, they're the small government. Right wing in America is small government. It's not fascism or authoritarianism. That's on the left in America. America has not had really an authoritarian right since it got rid of King George in 1776. The right is not authoritarian. The right is anti-authoritarian. It's the left that's authoritarian in America. Just for the international audience. Hello, dog meat. How you doing? And I hope things are well for you in Sweden. And it's always good to know where people are from. And I know where some of you guys are from, and figure it out with others just to sort of know my audience. But I'm just sort of setting this up. Spain at this time, 1942, was not a fascist country. I know it's often called, and Franco was not a fascist. I know he's often called a fascist, but he was not. Now, there were fascists in the government. Forget the guy's name, but the foreign minister of Spain at this time was a phalangist, which is just the Spanish name for the fascist political party. And there's minute differences between Spanish phalangism and Italian fascism. But they're both fascist parties, but there's minute differences. But so Spain was not fascist. It was nationalistic. Nationalism is, and that nationalism can be different things at different times in different countries. But in Europe, generally speaking, at this time, is a right-wing pragmatist viewpoint. Okay. And so what right wing can be different in different countries, somewhat conservative, but not necessarily. And it's right wing pragmatism, we can call it that, and generally authoritarian at this time because hey, there's chaos in the world. So nationalism comes to often being authoritarian. Right wing can. Authoritarianism. Right-wing practical authoritarianism might be a good way to call nationalism. So, oh, you're playing Hoi 4? Well, cool. We're playing 3 here. Hoi 4 is good as well. And so, yeah, Beam Slam is just from the south of you there. In Sweden. And so it's like I said, the foreign minister for Spain was a fascist, but the government itself is not fascist. Fascists are part of the coalition because there's also monarchists, which are anti-fascists in Spain. There's just general authoritarianism. There's sort of conservative, mind what I'm saying, sort of Republican types. Some, that are people that weren't going for the Republicans in the Civil War so much because they turned more and more radical left. Radical anarchist, but sort of centrist type people that could deal with it. Okay, so so Franco is an authoritarian pragmatist of the right. He does not want to be involved in World War II. He also does not want to see world communist revolution. Hell, he just fought against it in the Spanish Civil War. He also knows Spain is, we're just going to hit the save button here. I found that if I don't do anything for the game for a while, it sometimes will just crash on me once I start doing things again, so I want to save it. But we're still talking about the Blue Division coming here in Spain. Spain is wrecked by the Civil War. Franco knows it. Franco knows this. Even if Germany's going to win the war, whatever that means, he knows it's best that Spain stays out of it. So he is trying his best to keep Spain out of the war. He does not want to be on Germany's side. He would sort of like, get Gibraltar and whatnot back, but he's a pragmatist. Sure, Gibraltar should be Spanish, he probably believes, but yeah, it's not enough to go to war over. And so, yeah, whatever, so meaning if there's a peace agreement between Britain and Germany that Germany's winning, he doesn't, even he'll stay out of the war even if he wouldn't even get as a bonus getting Gibraltar or something back. He's good. He's, he just wants to get Spain onto its feet again. So Germany, Hitler comes and says, hey, won't you join us? Come on, join the war. And Franco says, yeah, sure, no problem. Here's my list of needs. We earlier talked about how poor the industry of Turkey was in World War I and World War II. Spain definitely has its own munitions factories. Definitely has its own small arms, the Ibar area. They make a lot of pistols in World War I and makes rifles and other things. So they have their own small arms manufacturing. It's pretty good size, probably enough for Spain to keep Spain going in bullets and rifles and machine guns. Probably enough. But yeah, we're not doing too great here. So here's a big long list of what we need, like all this tons of wheat delivered per month and all this stuff. And What? You can't deliver that? Well, we can't join your war, Mr. Hitler, until you give us all this stuff. So basically, he's telling Hitler no. So when I say he says yes, he's really saying no because he's putting conditions on it that he knows that basically Germany can't agree to. And probably if they start actually agreeing and delivering the stuff, he'll go, oh, but we also need this other stuff on this other list here we forgot to give you. So he's trying to, because he believes that if he says just no to Hitler, Hitler might, because this pressure is being put on before the war with Russia starts, Hitler might just invade him, along with Mussolini's Italy, might invade him. So he's trying to say yes, but no. That's what he's saying. Okay. Now he also doesn't want Britain to put pressure on to do anything. So he's sort of like, yeah, Britain, hey, we're not joining Hitler. You don't want us to join Hitler. I mean, if you try to sink any of our ships that were, going across the Atlantic or going somewhere, bringing in, so that's just food for Spain. No. Those pistols that look like Astra pistols that Germany's shooting people with, no, those weren't made in Spain, or they bought them at peacetime before the war. All those munitions and weapons that Germany has. No, we didn't sell them to them. They somehow got them. Yeah, you better not. Oh, but if you stop our resource convoys, what about the resources going to Germany? Oh, no. That's a lie. Oh, no, those spy photos you have of us transferring cargo from train over to trains along the French-Spanish border. No, that's all a lie. That's just a lie. We're not really doing that. But you wouldn't want to stop our convoys because then we might actually join Hitler. So he's trying to keep the British from crippling Spain either on the other side. So he's trying to do this. Now, he has the fascists who sort of kind of want him in the war. And of course, he doesn't want to, see world communism flare out. Now, his other ally on the peninsula, Salazar, he is also not a fascist. The Novo State Party in Portugal is not a fascist party. The Novo State or Estate or whatever party in Brazil, same name, is a fascist party in Brazil, but it is not and they're both Portuguese countries. So I know it's sort of confusing, but it's the same name. The New State Party, if you will, is a nationalistic party that does have fascistic elements in it, true, in Portugal, but is not a fascist party. Salazar hates Hitler. Salazar, I think it's in 1938, maybe it's sometime after 36 because it's in Third Reich events, writes a book against the Nuremberg laws. He writes and publishes a book that's an anti-Nazi book. He is an anti-Nazi. Yeah, he may not be an anti-fascist. He himself is not a fascist, but he is a pragmatic authoritarian person, and who's trying to bring Portugal into the modern world. But he is an anti-Hitler guy. So again, so much that he writes a book that's anti-Hitler. He is also telling Franco, don't join Hitler. Don't join Hitler. Let's keep the Iberian Peninsula at peace. Now that you solved because he actually sends or allows, I don't know whether sends or allows volunteers to, Portuguese volunteers to fight on the nationalist side in the Spanish Civil War. Okay, so this is sort of setting the picture. Now, come around 1942. Hitler has broken his alliance with the Soviet Union, which when Hitler is asking Franco to come and join him in an attack on the British, he's still aligned with the Soviet Union, and which doesn't make Franco happy. Now, I don't think anybody's really thinking that Hitler and Stalin are now best buddies, but still doesn't make some people happy. So, but now he's back at war with the Soviet Union. and being hostile, because maybe technically wasn't at war before, but was definitely, like in Spain, doing anti-communist moves. He's back at war with communism. Franco does not, like I say, does not want to see world communism win. Franco is unsure of if Hitler is defeated, what is the French government going to be like? Is it going to be a Soviet puppet like Spain was going to be? Because trust me, when the generals revolted and tried to do the coup against the Republican government of Spain, which Franco was not involved in the initial coup, as far as I can tell. Maybe he was, but as far as I can tell, he was not involved. He comes in after the coup fails and the Civil War breaks out. And the Spanish Republic is moving more and more radical to the left. To the point that there is leftist death squads going around killing landowners and other people that seem to stand in the way. And the last breaking straw is killing a popular general. Well, they arrest him. Oh, we didn't kill him. Well, why was he found dead in the gutter with a bunch of bullets? Well, we don't know. We just arrested him. We don't know what happened to him after that. He must have shot himself, or maybe some random drive-by people got him. We don't know. Of course, the death squads killed him. And that triggers because the generals know, oh shit, you're killing our generals now that don't agree with, that are not, you're not just firing them and, sending them, you're fired, go home. No, you're actually killing us. That's what pushes the generals finally into revolting against the Republican government. And whether that Republican government would have become a Soviet puppet, it's definitely clear that the Republican government that the Soviets come into, and you can read about some of the details of the Spanish Civil War, the Soviets were engineering the situation that only forces alike, because there's lots of different factions within the Republican side of the Civil War, only the factions that were loyal and controlled by Soviet commissars were getting proper resources and supplies, so the other units were getting defeated, and so the pro-Soviet forces were coming. If Spain had the Republicans won, would have been a Soviet puppet. Well, there's a Communist Party in France. There's huge numbers of, tens of thousands of former Republican soldiers that fled into France that are still in France at this time, 1942. Tens of thousands of Spaniards in France waiting to take up arms in the communist leftist cause. Okay, he's afraid of that if somehow Germany loses, well, yeah, maybe looking like Britain and America, sort of, conservative democracies are going to rule the world. According to my old history, Franco was a power-hungry opportunist who would have called himself Martians if it helped him. Dog meat. Well, I don't know. Franco was not power-hungry. Franco was, when the Spanish Civil War breaks out, he's sitting out here in these Canary Islands kicking it. Because he was, a war hero from fighting down in here, a war hero from going after a radical, I think it's a radical right wing earlier breakout here. No, he's your teacher is wrong in my opinion. He is out here. He's happy to be a general who's employed in doing a do nothing job. It is only the killing of other high generals that were in Madrid at the time, arresting one and he ends up dead. Don't know if that was the plan when they arrested him, but he ends up dead, full of bullet holes. So he didn't just fall out of a window or something. He, trip and fall and hit his head on the concrete. He's dead because of that. That triggers other generals to try a coup, not start a civil war. The Civil War only starts because of the failure of the coup. And then that's when Franco is flown in by a British pilot, actually. Just a private citizen is hired with a plane to fly Franco from the Canary Islands into mainland Spain. And only then does the Germans supply the Ju-52s to transport a bunch of his army of Africa, a bunch of the both Spanish and what you'd call Moroccan troops from down here up to Spain to help out. It's only then does he come involved in it, and so he is not an opportunist. Meaning he wasn't looking for an opportunity to be Caesar and become a ruler. He at least everything that I've ever read, he's just waiting in the wings, just being a general. It's only the Civil War breaking out does it force him into going into it. And yes, he doesn't step down. George Washington is he is not an opportunist either. In America, he wins the American, Revolutionary War against the British. He is not the first president. There is a president before George Washington. I forget his name. Everybody forgets his name. Everyone says George Washington is the first president of the United States. He is not. The first president of the United States, I don't know who he was. He is the first president under our current Constitution, because there was first the Articles of Confederation. The presidency was just sort of like the guy who presided over whatever, and it wasn't working. There's the Whiskey Rebellion. Up there, George Washington sort of raises an army, puts down the Whiskey Rebellion. People didn't want to, what it was, they didn't want to pay taxes on their whiskey, and that's why it was the Whiskey Rebellion. And they went up in arms and sort of revolted, not trying to get independence, but didn't want to pay the taxes. He leads an army in to put that down. And only once they sort of figure out these Articles of Confederation aren't good enough, they form the new Constitution, and then he's elected president under that, and that's when he becomes, and then he runs for, he's the second term, and then he steps down. No, Franco doesn't step down, but he sets up the situation. He does not keep the nationalists in power when he dies. He sets up to have the king come back to preside over a country that he wants to see stable. He wants to set up a stable Spain. And it has not broken out in civil war since he has died. In 1975, I think it was that he dies, but maybe a year or two off, I'm not sure. And so Franco sets up to have the king come back, to have a constitution that will allow socialists to be in it. He just doesn't want to see a socialist revolution. So he's trying to set up a monarchy to sort of keep not to have an authoritarian monarchy. There's even an attempt after he dies by a fascist coup to take it over that fails. No, he is not trying to have fascism stay. He's not trying to have the nationalists stay in power. He is trying to have a setting that will have a peaceful Spain, that conservative Spaniards, not like conservative Americans, but conservative Spaniards, meaning those, because the Republicans were going in and shooting all the nuns in a nunnery, or we're going to shooting all the priests in or brothers in a I always blank on the words, monastery. Yeah, they owned a bunch of land, and the priests sort of oversaw it, and it was a monastery, and the Republicans went and just shot everybody. What were these damn monks doing that needed the death squad to come in and just shoot everybody? Well, because he wanted a Spain that could have monasteries, could have nunneries. Not necessarily, he might like it to be a super conservative religious state, but that's not what he's setting up. He's setting up to have a monarchy, to then have democratic representation under it. So I really admire, you can tell, I admire what Franco did leading Spain through this time period. He's not perfect. He did bad things, I'm sure, but he keeps Spain out of the war, and he sets Spain into a stable government situation. So in doing so this is part of what we're talking about him doing here. He has these fascists, his phalangists in his country. America has entered the World War II. Germany is looking like it's doing okayish in fighting the Soviet Union. So what he does is set up to have, because he's still getting a lot of pressure from Germany, set up a volunteer division, actually a fairly large division, larger than a normal German division, gets reorganized a bit, that is primarily made up of volunteers that are primarily phalangists. So, like I say, he doesn't want the Soviet Union to win the war. That doesn't mean he wants the Germans to win the war either. Now, because if the Soviets win the war, meaning the Soviets drive into Berlin and then drive into Paris, Soviet armies march into Paris. Remember, and I'm sure Franco knew this, Russian armies marched into Paris to throw Napoleon out. Okay, there was the Russian, large army that marched into Paris that throws Napoleon out. So there's been Russian armies in Paris before. And 150 years ago, yeah, I know, but not that long ago in the big scheme of things. So there might be a Russian army coming. So he doesn't want to see that either. He might be good with the Western allies defeating Germany, but not the Soviets. So he sets this up. But he's also sending a bunch of his most radical, violent elements in his government out to go fight and die. This is a pragmatic step as well. It's pragmatic on multiple levels. This is not a punishment battalions. They could have sent out because he does maintain prisoner of war camps as he sees them as sort of radical Spaniards that had fought against them, but they're not huge numbers like we might see in other countries like Germany or the Soviet Union, but they do exist. They may not be good places to be in. I'm not trying to sugarcoat it, but they're not. And the people may not be fed enough just because Spain is not getting enough food at this time. But they're not death camps or gulags like the Soviet Union or death camps like the Nazis. They're not like that. I'm not saying they're holiday camps, but to the best of my knowledge, they may be brutal places, but they're not like the other examples of it. So he's sending off these radical elements to go fight in the Soviet Union. Now, once it becomes rather clear that Germany is losing the war, he recalls the Blue Division to Spain. But there's still a really hardcore element that I think, and I haven't read in detail on this, I think somewhere between rebelling against his order, and he just knows that these are sort of hardcore types. He allows them to stay. So they're sort of like a brigade or whatever that stays on afterwards. But he can basically tell the Western allies, hey, I've recalled the official army troops that we had sent out to go, volunteers to go fight. Yeah, there's a few nut jobs that are diehards. They're still out there, but they don't really matter. There's just, like 600-800 of them or whatever it is. They're just fighting. No problem with them. I've called the division home. So he is trying to balance out and keep everybody sort of sweet in World War II. And so, I respect what he had to do to keep, you may not like Franco. You may be a left-wing loon and want to have communism in power. Okay, but, really, he was trying his best to stabilize a country. I am sure people that he felt that had committed crimes, like, butchering all of the nuns in a nunnery, those people he would want to keep in prison for the rest of their lives or execute them or something like that. He very well might want to do that. But he wasn't necessarily just trying to keep former opponents in prison forever. He was just afraid that, they might do terrorist attacks. And there were Republican or leftist terrorist attacks after Franco was clearly in power. And they were hunting some of these people. And yeah, it's sort of bad, but hey, this was a really rough time to be alive in. And so I admire Franco for doing what he has done. Not perfect. Totally admit that. But okay, let's see. Let's just sort of... We've won here again. Okay, armor plating for landing craft. I think that is a one and done. Good. Gun position, twin engine airplanes advance. And hey, if you guys, either whether in chat now or later on, want to refute some of my, it's gun positions, that is over here. Refute some of my stuff, go ahead. I'm willing to either learn or just hear what you have to say is different. Okay, and with one up here, good. So let's, since we did all that, we're going to hit save again. Oh, we did it with the time clock, so let's just get more. But we've deployed the blue division out. I think that's going to be it for this episode. Yeah, like I say, tell me what I've gotten wrong about Franco. Always willing to hear differing viewpoints, and maybe post who and why you admire somebody in World War II. Could be a national leader, or it could be just a particular person for what they did or in the war. Oh, what's ugly? During the time, if you put any leader under a microscope, you would find bad stuff. If you compare it to this day, and absolutely dog meat. It's that kind of thing, and so yeah, that's why I admire Franco. Now, I'm not a conservative Catholic. He also had a really weird anti-Masons, Masonic type, anti-Masonry type fetish. He was not, to the best of my knowledge, particularly anti-Jewish or anything. Not that he was pro-Jewish, but and he was, I don't want to live in an authoritarian state, but I'd rather live in a conservative, right-wing authoritarian state than a Soviet state. I mean, if I got to pick between this or that, I'm going to pick that. I mean, it doesn't mean that I want to live there, but now he was an American of sort of Spanish descent, if you will. A friend of mine lived under Franco in Spain. He said he loved it. Now, of course, being a foreigner, it may be different than being a Spaniard, but he loved it living there in Spain back in the early 70s under Franco. But, I don't know. That's his opinion of living there. Well, Franco is not my cup of tea, as he was a dictator killing his own people like the other dictators used to. Yeah, but, it's like I say, it's the time and the situation, going through a bloody civil war like he did. Yeah, that's why, that's why I admire him, for what he achieved, for what I think he tried to do with a bad situation. Okay, well, thank you, everyone. Thanks for getting this far. I'd like to hear your opinions. Again, post who you admire during World War II and why. I'd love to hear that. Doesn't have to be, it doesn't have to be controversial or something, but just who you do. See you next time for more Hearts of Iron. Okay, guys, my voice is starting to give out, and we're going to be playing War Thunder tomorrow. At least I am. I hope you guys may want to come either join and play or just join and hang out. I think I'm playing Order of Battle on Tuesday and Thursday this next week for Slytherin, because I think I'm going to be playing, I think it's next week. It's coming up soon. It's either this week or next week. We'll be featuring the new DLC, what Allies Resurgent or something. So be playing some of that for Slytherin, and of course back next weekend. So thank you all, those who made it this far, and I really do appreciate you. See you next time.